Okay, the Hangout on Air is live. I do think that Geo is coming. Um, I don't know about anybody else. Now I know Jazzy J, Joel said he was going to be working, taking people to the polls and whatnot tonight. Who else? Somebody else. Was it Nicole? I think that also said she was doing that. Um, and let me see if I see South Carolina on my South Carolina. The polls close at 7 p.m. So I don't know. Maybe Joel will Joel and Georgette will join us. Um, and Louisiana. Let me see. I think they close late.
No.
Louisiana doesn't close until 9 p.m.
Wow.
Yeah. Um, so this we might be it for a while.
So
Uh,
I'm looking at a list. So yeah, New York and Louisiana close at 9. New York,
hmm
Minnesota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Colorado, Louisiana, New Mexico, Texas, Arizona, Wisconsin, and Wyoming are at 9.
hmm
California, Oregon, Washington, and Hawaii are at 11.
Wow.
Alaska's not until midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
Yeah, but see, they're giving all that on Eastern time.
Mm.
Yeah,
You
well, they
know.
have they have Eastern time and Mountain time here.
Yeah, but so 11 p.m.
Hmm.
in Eastern time is 8 p.m. in California. You
Yeah.
know.
That is time change.
Well, yeah. So but I'd say maybe it's 6:33 on my clock. Maybe give it a couple of more minutes and see if Georgette or Kim make it in. And I mean, we're not being real formal tonight anyway. Um,
I'm exhausted from the quietness. It really is.
yeah, it's been strange.
I mean, everybody. I went to the store after I left the polls, and people walking around the car. Usually, you'll see chit chat in the stores. Normally
Yeah,
the election and this and that and Hoover. And honey, I was in a place where the living dead was walking around. You didn't even hear a mouse. You couldn't hear a mouse in the store today. I mean, like no chatter, no nothing.
yeah. Well, even when I went to vote about 9 a.m., it was like a dead zone in there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there were a few people online, but there was just no excitement. I
Mm-hmm.
had almost walked out the door, and then I remembered I wanted to get my
Oh, I
I,
voted.
I voted sticker, and I had to turn around and go back and ask for it. Nobody was handing out stickers.
No, I'm telling you. I mean, the folks who are volunteering to, take your identification and give you directions.
Uh-huh.
Normally, it's like, "Hi, how are you?" They were like, "What street you live on?"
Yeah.
And that was no, really, that was the whole attitude. I'm like, well, okay, y'all are glad to see me here today. Normally, it's a fanfare, but my Republican friends
Yeah.
that I saw, normally they're all excited during the Barack time. Everybody was all hyped, and today was like I thought somebody had to hit somebody in the head with a baseball bat. It was really no, I'm serious.
I know.
Okay, hi Venita. I said hi. How are you? Oh, hi Venita. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, no, that's how it was. That's definitely how it was. I'll be right back. Let me get my water.
I don't know, Leonie, girl, child.
It's definitely more exciting than elections are here. So.
Well, you know, I mean, I just so many. I think a lot of it is that we have been in this recession, deep recession. Actually, a few years back or so, it was actually a depression, but they don't want to say the D word, and the only thing that pulled us up was a credit card. Because if you take that credit card away, as everyone knows, on depression, there were no credit cards. It would have been depression.
Yeah.
You know, people are living off of credit cards, really.
Mm-hmm.
So I think with that and the constant loss of jobs that are being outsourced, I think this with people's personal challenges, health care, you know, and sick parents that you can't get health care for. I think there's so many things going on right now. People are lethargic. You know, there's just so many things going on. I mean, the election is like one more thing to do. That's what the attitude I saw today. That's the attitude. One more thing to do, Lord. You know, I'm like, okay, and that's all I saw. I was like, okay, let's just do this.
Yeah.
The most lively people I saw were the police. Actually, they were chatting.
I didn't even see any of those.
Oh, maybe they decided to stay home too today. They said, well,
Yeah.
I don't know, Leonie, it's different, but it's more exciting than here than there.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
I think because, I mean, we've talked about it before. It's not, the contest stuff isn't as strong because there's more than two parties, right? So,
That's right.
and you have some parties that are regional and some that are national, and the people who want to vote, you can usually find a party that lines up with what you're looking for. So
they're definitely not worried about split voting there. That's for sure. When you have 4 and 5.
I mean, most of the time the leader does win the popular vote, even though there's more parties competing. But yeah, pretty much it's almost like once people kind of get tired of somebody as the prime minister, they you know, pick one of the other parties to kind of rule for a little bit.
Oh, that sounds very simple.
So because you don't vote for the prime minister, you vote for the party, and then the person who has the most seats,
Right.
that party leader is the prime minister. So, although I think this time around the prime minister Justin Trudeau was really popular, because the last prime minister ran it more like a president, and not you know, not using kind of the traditional rules of parliament and that kind of thing. So people got a little tired of him because he was very he ran it like a president, not like a prime minister, which people didn't like.
Oh, okay. Because I've watched the parliament sometimes just because it's entertaining.
Yeah.
It is very entertaining at times. And that parliament is something else.
Yeah, sometimes it can get lively.
Yeah, I've seen it a couple of times. I'm like, well, okay, now bring that point home, all the way home.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting.
Well, it's 6:40. Let's go on and do the opening and get this party rolling. So, welcome everyone to the Global Black Feminist Reading Circle. We are in session 7, but we are having a special session tonight, breaking from our reading of Dr. Joy DeGruy's Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome to focus on the major event happening in the United States today, the election of our next president. And starting next week, we go back to our regular programming that through November 22nd. So really, we're almost done with this book. And you can learn more about what we do on Google+, YouTube, Live or Facebook. My name's Michelle Odom. I'm the Reading Circle host, and I'm located in Brooklyn, New York. And joining us tonight from Connecticut is Connecticut.
Hello, my name is Venita Walker. I'm joining you from Cromwell, Connecticut. Welcome. There's two Leonies.
Yeah, sorry. My computer crashed, but I'm Leonie Smith, and I'm joining from Toronto, Canada.
Welcome, welcome. Outside view on the American electoral process and an education on the Canadian electoral process is some of what Leonie brings to this event. And Georgette Moses, are you there? Yeah.
Hey, can you hear me?
Hi, Georgette.
Hey, how's everybody tonight?
Wonderful. How are you?
Well, I was okay until I turned on the TV.
Wow.
What did you see on the TV?
I saw Kentucky and Indiana losing their minds.
Oh.
Okay. Not that I expected much from them, but
Are they going for the Donald?
ooh.
Of course. You talking about Kentucky?
Yeah.
Indiana?
Yeah. Well, introduce yourself, Georgette. You came in right on time.
Okay, cool. I'm Georgette Moses, and I am coming to you from Columbia, South Carolina.
All right. Well, we were just talking about the times of the poll closings. I think 7 o'clock it closes in South Carolina.
Yes.
And, we are here at Joel's suggestion.
Yeah, he ain't even here, is he?
Well, he did say he was gonna be working on getting people to the polls. So I'm sure he has been working his little fingers to the bone from sun up to sundown.
Yeah. Well, he's serious about not letting Trump, doing everything he can to keep Trump from winning in his own little way.
Good.
So,
good.
well, at least getting people to vote.
Right. So maybe he will join us later. I don't know. And I think Nicole is also working on the election.
Okay.
So this
cool.
may be the crew for at least for a while. I believe Nicole is scheduled to be the moderator next week, and since Joelle is not currently here, will you help us keep track of time, Venita, being a little loose?
For you?
For everyone.
I figure since I'm going down, Georgette, I might as
well.
Because I'm going down and Trump wins the night, so I'm like, you know what?
I would take that as a yes.
I'll look for you. Leonie, make sure you got that bed fluffed. I'm not going to tell you again. That's right.
Oh, well, I got my bottle of wine chilling in the refrigerator. One way or the other, I'll be drinking it.
That's right. Okay, I got the time.
Yes.
Michelle gets 25 minutes per.
Got the timer. All right. And Leonie, can you just adjust your camera a little bit or something so we can always see your face?
Okay.
Okay. I mean, I want you to be comfortable, but not if it means we can't see your face.
All pretty and everything. Leonie's all pretty tonight.
Yeah.
Pretty.
So I will go ahead and read the introduction, which is Election Watch 2016. It's Election Day 2016 in the United States, a time when Americans cast their votes for president and other key national leaders. After months of nonstop coverage of an extremely acrimonious gutter-style fight for the presidency, We are on the verge of learning who will lead America through the next 4 years. We are all exhausted, some even physically, emotionally, and spiritually ill as a result of all the fear mongering and displays of hate by the candidates and their supporters. We have lost friends along the way, learned more about how those near and far from us see our world, and had to think deeply about the difficult choices offered the American people. Now it is almost over. When we wake up tomorrow, we will have the name of the next president of the United States of America. The two major party candidates, Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, offered very different visions of the kind of America we can hope for under their leadership. Jill Stein and Ajamu Baraka of the Green Party also made a strong showing and offered a positive vision for the country's direction. Perhaps more importantly, Stein and Baraka's candidacy may signal a growing capacity among Americans to move beyond the two-party system to one that is more inclusive and reflective of the country's changing demographics. Nevertheless, it is likely that America's next president will be either a Democrat or a Republican, and probable that the winner will be this country's first woman chief executive, Madam President Hillary Rodham Clinton. Having basked in the glow created by America's first Black POTUS and FLOTUS, Barack and Michelle Obama, and their beautiful, scandal-free family over the past 8 years, global citizens and world leaders cast a sorrowful eye as the model of dignity, grace, and statesmanship established hold on a minute, I got noise in the background. I don't want to have to go screaming in the hallway, but I might have to. The model of dignity, grace, and statesmanship established by the Obama presidency fades into history. Now we must turn our attention to the agenda ahead, holding Clinton's feet to the fire in advancing a progressive agenda or defending ourselves from likely attacks brought on by a Trump presidency. Tonight, we pause for a moment from our regularly scheduled agenda to reflect on the Obama presidency and the current presidential election and to project our needs into the immediate future. So I think what I want to do, I want to start with question one. And then I want to maybe pick one from the second section and then go to the next section, back and forth between a bitter campaign and moving forward. You know what I mean?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Georgette, would you read question one, please?
Sure. It's history. Barack Obama prepares to step down from a largely successful reign as America's president over the past 8 years. World leaders and everyday global citizens have been sending their love to him and his family for months. What has the Obama presidency meant to you? Oh, wow. Everything. A sea change, doors opening, and some reality checks. The beautiful moment, this that marks this time in history is marred by so much racism and evil, and you really see where people stand when they start talking about certain things. And on one hand, that's heartbreaking. And on the other, well, it just means that there's a lot more work for us to do, and we can't sit still. We can't sit down or close our eyes or be apathetic. And we have to really concentrate on educating every young person we come in contact with, because if they don't know history and it's being made before their very eyes, we're going to have a problem. So one thing I was happy to see, the President Obama, he really attempts to connect with that next generation. And he gets it. He gets it on all levels. So today, a Facebook friend posted that, a rapper, shoot, I can't remember his name, but he marched people to the polls. I think this was in Chicago. He was doing a concert, and then he marched a bunch of people to the polls, and it was Black, white, Hispanic, everybody. And then it was beautiful, young and old. And that's beautiful to see. And so even though, the divisiveness of the Clinton-Trump campaign is kind of embarrassing, I think Obama made, in his past two terms, gave the young people and older folks something to hope for. Yes, I can make a change. I can do something. I can elect this Black president, and the other thing I want to say is that his family is just beautiful. So just as you say, Michelle, graceful, elegant, there's nothing that I can say that's wrong with them. Not ever. I'm very proud to have seen this moment.
Thank you. Anybody else? Including you, Leonie. I know you have a view on what's happening down here.
I have to be very careful. No, I mean, look, I was surprised to see Barack Obama win. I mean, I can't believe I'm going to admit this, what says on the internet, but like, I used to check every day Huffington Post to see if he had been killed during the campaign. Like every day. Like I totally expected it. And so to see him elected was like shocking. And I think on the international stage, it's rare to see Black leadership at that level demonstrated, that's not tied to controversy on the international stage. And yeah, it's just been great to kind of have him up there, as an example. Lots of people have been disappointed in his presidency, and I think much of that disappointment comes from maybe not understanding what the presidents do, and 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 it's tough because you go into these campaigns and it's all packaging. So it's the message is that there's someone there to save you and help you along the way. So I'm very I think he's done a lot on the world stage, especially for America. I think for repairing the reputation and relationship that America has with a lot of places in the world. Some places things are significantly worse. That has to be said. But and quite I just think I'm losing my words, but that's he will be missed. I saw like an 8-minute speech that he gave at a rally for Hillary Clinton last night, and I just thought he's an extraordinary advocate and connector of people. It'll be interesting to see what he does afterwards, but I think as time goes on, people will recognize him for being truly unique as among other presidents, and not just because of his Blackness. I think his approach to things is very unique. Hope I didn't get in too much trouble there.
No, I think you're safe.
Thank you. Thank you. No, well, I believe in a balanced approach. Venita, what has the first biracial president meant to you?
Well, the first biracial president. Yeah, see, Leonie, I'm trying to love her as my best. But for some ungodly reason, no, I agree with Leonie. I think that Barack Obama is being missed already. He was missed 2 months ago. You know. And as a matter of fact, I think it was the Italian government, the prime minister, that is really going through some psychological changes. This for the fact that he's leaving. You know, so that just tells you how unique he is. You know, so I'm sure that sentiment is will resound throughout the world by 12 o'clock at night. When's that last vote in? Okay. But Michelle and I had a conversation the other night about Barack and some of the wonderful things that he has done that, for whatever reason people may have, I guess a lot of folks were really looking for him to, you know, open up the sky and all the heavens and all that stuff to happen. But he has done some wonderful things. And Michelle and I had a conversation about things that people don't notice, you know, things that made a huge difference. I know. And as far as his family is concerned, Michelle and I had a conversation about that. Well, I'm going to say it. His family did Black folks good, excellent. We cannot say that they were not just eloquent in everything they did. Michelle, it was absolutely fabulous. She definitely represented, you know. It makes me feel good, you know, being a Black woman, that I had her there. And she's just a lady. She's intelligent. She's direct. She's I just can't say enough about her. She's deliberate. There's no backstory. There's no nothing. She's just for the people. She loves people. She has a way of touching people. She understands people. Her children, the daughters, fabulous. You know, I am so proud of those 2 beautiful girls. No scandals, no nothing, kept it tight. And of course, her mother, which was the backbone of the White House. She kept it real tight. And that was fabulous. But no, he's going to be missed. I guess I can go into the political part of it, but it's, you know, once again, a lot of people don't understand politics, so they probably don't understand why they felt as though he did not do enough. But I guess they never heard of the Congress or the Senate or the House of Representatives, you know. So, but I miss him. I'm going to miss him.
Thank you. Well, I don't know how much I have to add to those sentiments. Like Leonie, I didn't believe he would be elected the first time, which I guess is a measure of how cynical I had become about American politics and the level of racism in this country. I never bought into the idea that we had moved into a post-racial period. And so because I didn't believe that, you know, then I guess that is what made it really impossible for me to believe that he would be elected. And then he was. So it was amazing to see that in my lifetime. And uh, my mom passed in 2006. I only wish she had lived long enough to see it. Um, but we saw it, and so I certainly never had the expectation that he would be a savior or um, a revolutionary or any of those kinds of things that I think have led to disappointment in a lot of people. He was the president of the United States, and the United States does some funky things around the world and here at home. And so, just because you are the leader of that does not mean that you are in a position to change all of that, even if you want to. So given what he had to work with, of being the leader of a highly diverse country, um, I think he's done an outstanding job, and I think what he has done for our imagination, for the imagination of our children, is beyond measure. It's simply beyond measure for Black children in particular. Um, so I'm gonna miss him. I mean, we're never gonna have another president with the level of cool going on.
Yes. No more pimp walks
With
to
the
the podium.
I mean, that in itself was an amazing thing to see. For this is my 10th election, 10th presidential election. And so the first election that I voted in was 1980, when Ronald Reagan was elected. And so I've been involved in uh, Reagan, who did we have? Carter, the Bushes, all of those, Bill Clinton, and I mean, Clinton had a little swag going on, but nothing like nothing like Barack, and the rest of them were just uptight old white men. And so it has been fascinating to see someone who made you feel like that you could relate to him, that he could understand, even if he didn't really understand, but he made you feel like he understood. And so I'm gonna miss that. I'm gonna miss that. Um, and but I'm grateful to have lived to see it.
Yes.
So let's move on, and the next two sections are broken down. So one section is called A Bitter Campaign, and there are a few questions there that just lead us to reflect on what it has been like living through this election cycle over the past year and a half. And the second section is called Moving Forward, which hopefully will lead us to reflect a little bit on what we'd like to see in the future. So Venita, why don't you just pick any question in a bitter campaign section and get us started there. The little ticker on the bottom says George is too close to call.
That's good, right? For Georgia?
Probably, yeah.
Mm.
Okay.
Looks like Hillary's winning, though, with the little bit they have up, 36-32.
Thank goodness.
One of a couple of these questions, Michelle, is something else. I won't even go there.
What?
This one's very simple. What has the Trump candidacy meant to you?
What?
Yeah.
An enlarged liver. How about that?
That's one question down. Thank you, Leonie. That wraps that one up.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, she does have very good questions here. Why don't we try number 6? Trump supporters appear to be angry Americans, full of hate and blame, deplorables, if you will. What do you understand about their concerns? And do you have any sympathy for them?
Anybody?
That's a bad question. Should I go to another one?
No. It's a good question. Because if you've listened to the rhetoric and the on-the-spot interviews by newscasters when they stick the microphones in these people's faces, overwhelmingly you see that the Trump supporters don't have a clue. Do you know how government is run? All they know is it's too big. It's too big. Okay, well, who's going to take care of your streets? Okay, who's going to turn the lights on? All right. If government's too big, are you getting out there? No. Okay. And, if they think that illegal immigrants are taking their jobs, well, they're looking in the wrong direction. They need to look at Trump, okay, who gets all his stuff made overseas. Even his wives were imported. So he doesn't even like American white women. So, but Hillary's crooked. Have you looked at the Trump legacy lately? Okay. He looks like the winding road. And what's that road in California that goes up down the hill? Okay. That's the history of Donald Trump. Yeah. So I have no sympathy for ignorance because I haven't heard yet one person who didn't have some, let's say, some paid motivations to support anything that would make him a good president. I think one lady, and I probably said this before in a previous session, that said she would have voted for Trump, but he reminded her too much of her 5 brothers throwing a temper tantrum, so she couldn't vote for him. Now, how are you going to give this dude the keys to nuclear destruction? Okay? That's a no-win situation right there. We're just dead. You just might as well get your iodine pills, get your bomb shelter ready, because
right.
This dude is a loose cannon.
Yeah.
If you can't control yourself during a debate where you already know the questions, okay, you got cheerleaders in the front row, how are you going to handle yourself on the international stage? What kind of diplomacy skills do you have? You're going to support, depend heavily on your A team, and they'll give you things to say? That's not a president. That's a mouthpiece. Okay, that's a sock puppet. We don't need that. We need somebody who represents the best of America. That's who should lead the free world. He would be the leader of the free world. Mm-hmm. So no, I cannot sympathize with any of the Trumpsters, because how do you dismiss the rape charges, okay? And his associates. The billionaire who was with him when they raped that young girl is in jail. So he took the fall, while Donald rolls around scot-free with his bad hairdo and small hands. So, no, we don't need a president with small hands and who makes poor fashion choices. I just have to say. Okay. Okay. And I have to believe that Hillary is packing a bag, whether or not her hands are small. Okay. I think she can bring it. Okay. Trump, not so much.
Well, not to throw you, Georgette, but, this is funny, and it's sad, but it's funny.
Okay.
What really got me is when he bought Bill Clinton hose and sent him down there.
Yes, yes.
I mean, no. I thought it was amusing because did he really think Hillary was going to flinch?
Oh, he got the wrong woman. Okay.
Oh, girl. I said, you got to come better than that, Trump. You better come with something better than that.
Oh, that's right. And those ladies better watch out if you believe the Clinton history of body counts. They better watch out.
I like that. Why don't we get back on politics now, Donna? Let's talk about some things that are important. Because that is not that she didn't even notice they were sitting down there. She's like, girl. No, really, I really felt so bad for her because this having to deal with such an intellectual dwarf. Just to try to hold yourself together. I don't know how she did it. I'm gonna be honest with you. I actually kind of lost it towards the end, but I had to give it to her. She held up, I mean, I don't know how she. I looked at some time. Michelle and I would talk after the debates, and it's just painful, to know that.
But on the question of Trump supporters, Venita, do you have any understanding or sympathy for them?
I have no sympathy for them. But I do have a little understanding of maybe why they feel so much hatred and contempt. If you lived in the United States of America and you're used to having everything at your disposal most of your life, the opportunity, and suddenly most of it is sent out of the country and or in their mind, and everyone else is taking their jobs, then I do understand why they feel the hatred they do, although it's manufactured in their heads. But the head is a powerful thing. What you believe is very powerful. But as far as having sympathy for them, why would you? I don't feel sorry for me. So I certainly don't feel sorry for them. I don't get that. I just don't get it. No, I have no sympathy, Michelle. Case closed. How do you feel?
Well, I do think that this is an important question to just have in our heads as the days and weeks and months go on, because whether Donald is elected or not, those people are not going away. Their concerns are not going away. Their hatred is not going away. And, so I think the rest of us who consider ourselves sane and reasonable people are going to have to figure out, how to handle it. And actually, in addition to, maybe before we went live, Venita was making the point that, we have lived through really another Great Depression, even though it has not been properly labeled so. And between lost economic opportunities, which have actually been happening for a long time in this country, but a lot of it came to a head in the early 2000s. But between that and between the actual browning of America, the changing demographics going on here, the fact that uh, uh, um, a black man and a black woman were in the White House, you know, not as butlers and maids and you know, slaves, um, but as the head of the house. Um, all of that has, you know, seems to be coming together in a way that is driving working class white men in particular out of their minds, which, you know, they never seem to have much of a grip, you know, in the first place. And but you know, I think the presence of the Obamas in the White House, you know, it's been ugly. I mean, it's been, you know, we and that's why I wanted to ask that question about how we felt about Obama at the beginning, because, you know, from a black perspective, and for a lot of black people, it has been a very empowering and uplifting thing, you know, to turn on the news and see a black president, you know. I have never seen black people um, so engaged in the political process as I have seen during the campaigns for Barack Obama and even throughout his presidency. So for us, it's been a positive thing. But on the other side of the coin, for the traditional racists that have run this country, it has been a very negative thing. And, you know, sort of the beginning of that with Donald Trump and the birther movement. And so it's kind of culminated now in this Trump candidacy and whatever is going to come after it. So, you know, I have some understanding about their concerns. You know, I think I wouldn't call it sympathy that I have for them, because I think that what they are faced with is the challenge of change. And, you know, and change is difficult for all of us. And they're having to learn lessons about, you know, life doesn't always give you everything you want. You know, they're having to learn lessons about you are not the center of the universe, and you are not the only one with needs and feelings that deserve to be met and considered. And so these are not things they want to learn, but they are things that they need to learn. And so, but I do think it's going to have implications for all of us for many years to come.
Actually, this is not very new, Michelle. I mean, during the Depression, when Black folks held a lot of the very dirty jobs, as folks would probably call it in simpler terms, many times they took the jobs from Black folks that they otherwise didn't want to do. The problem is, if that was the way it is today, they might feel a lot better. If we had those jobs and we fell into a deep recession, depression, and if they could come along and just take those jobs, there wouldn't be as big of an issue. I mean, there's still racism is going to be there. You know, Donald Trump didn't really resurrect anything. It was just coupled with the other environmental factors. So I don't know how much influence he actually had on them. And if it wasn't for the jobs, many jobs leaving our country, big corporate, I should say, they didn't leave. It was for economic reasons, money, capitalism. They would not be as big of a problem today.
Right, and those jobs leaving has been going on since what, the 80s?
Yes.
No.
Yes. But if it's just the recession itself, the deep recession, and you didn't have loss of all those factory jobs and blue collar jobs and a lot of the white collar, no. No, they're using everything else as an excuse, but no, they would simply take the few jobs that we have away from us.
Mm-hmm.
That was what they usually, that's what I remember them doing during depressions or deep recession.
Right. So that has not been
right. They're
a
not
real option.
Right. They're not really being honest and truthful about the whole situation.
Mm-hmm.
You know. And Donald Trump is just fueling that by saying the Mexicans are here illegal, all of them, let him tell it, and taking our jobs, and all of them just take the back up.
Right.
You know.
But as you say all the time, you know, Donald Trump is going to get on his jet after this election.
That's the problem. That's what his followers don't understand. Is if women lose, and if he loses, that's not an issue. After you've gotten all you into this frenzy, because he's going to get in that Trump jet, and he's going over to that island where he got that golf course and that hotel bill, and he said, "See ya." And all you people are going to be down here like this, and he's going to be over there. Mm-hmm. You know, that's what that part I do feel sad for them. Has nobody thought about that? Why you getting out there flinging shit? And also, has no one thought that the demographics has changed, and there are more brown people in this country today, and brown people are getting tired, real tired.
Well, those Latinos have been coming out.
Oh, they're not playing. They are not playing this evening. Okay, they're not playing, and they are brown people. That's what I mean by the demographics have changed, and some of these people that are ignorant, they haven't grasped that concept. When I say brown, I ain't talking about black, just American black folks. I'm talking about brown people. There's a lot of them here now, and they're getting tired. Yeah. So when Trump leaves, they might have their hands full. Not me have mine full. They might have theirs full. I hope Trump flies back in and takes care of that. If I'm not in Leonie's house by next
year. Let's move on. Leonie, would you pick a question from the moving forward section, please?
Sure. Hillary has not emphasized her gender as a reason to vote for her.
Where are you? What question number?
I'm sorry, question number 5 under a bitter campaign.
No, go down to moving forward. 9 to 12.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay. If by some freakish quirk or example of a rigged system, Hillary Clinton loses the election to Donald Trump, what do you think it will mean in your life or in the lives of Americans?
Anybody? I know it's so hard.
It's a bad science fiction movie. I don't want to think about it.
It's a wake-up call, right? It will be a wake-up call.
Oh, yes.
It will be a wake-up call. That's for sure. You think about the election of Obama and how, you know, from where I sit, like it just exposed it just exposed the level of racism that still existed. I don't think a lot of people thought that electing a black president would, you know, essentially result in the shutting down of the Senate and people questioning where he was born and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
And you go through this election period with Trump, it will be a wake-up call, and maybe it will support America actually addressing the issues that have always been present, and maybe that they've been masked.
Well,
Because
that's
of
a
political
positive
pressure.
spirit.
Well,
Very
You
You know I like that.
be positive.
I'm
Yeah.
doing everything I can. I only got one bedroom, so
Oh, jeez.
Yes.
Dio, what would a Trump presidency mean to you?
Oh, Lord. Did you get your wine, Gio? Is your wine chilled?
Oh.
Almost. I'm gonna need to crack it. One more question like this. No. Oh my God, complete madness and total loss of confidence in, not that I had too much, in the electoral system, but government and sanity. You know, I know these people see that he's nuts, okay? He's psychotic. The guy who ghost wrote his book, The Art of the Game, said so, okay?
Yeah, that was sad.
You know, and a normal person whose name is associated with someone who's having sex with underage girls, he wouldn't even deny. Did you deny it? You didn't even address it, which means it's true, because you couldn't come up with a good lie. Okay? Too many people knew. Too many people knew. And the things he has said, you know, you can expect that kind of thing to roll on, to roll all the was it misogynists and racists who are foaming at the mouth, you know, who kept it to a low simmer under Obama, would just come out of every, you know, corner and from under every rock in every, you know, government system, wherever they were, they'll feel vindicated and supported to say whatever nasty thing they think, because nothing will happen. Because look who got, you know, elected. This is what the country wants. Fresh new start. No, it's the same old thing, just without the hood. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's it's gonna be the birth of a nation. The rebirth, the afterbirth. Oh my God, please. Come on, Hillary. Come on, Hillary.
Ooh, Venita.
I don't know, girl. I'm just so tired. I've never felt so exhausted. I mean, nothing. I mean, my entire life has really exhausted me as much as this election. And the thought of Donald Trump sitting at the helm of our country. Now, we're in bad shape already. Come on, let's be real about it. We're in some bad shape. And it's the thought of Donald Trump. But once again, like I said, it started out as a joke. Michelle and I was talking about it today. All the big boys said, well, you know what? He's entertaining. He's going to get out there and say what we're thinking. And everybody was sitting around, as I said, those thugs on Capitol Hill. And they was having a good time. And then before you know it, we were 4 months away from the election. They're like, go ahead, let them say some more shit. Let's put them out there. Help the Mexicans and those Muslims and the Negroes. Now that was the killer for me. I still, you know, I mean, it stays in my head all the time. You know, when he said to black folks that you're not educated, you're living in slums, you walk to your neighborhood, you can't get to the corner without getting shot. Your kids aren't educated. What do you have to lose? Vote for me. That stands out more than anything that he said. I don't know. I try not to get angry, but you can't help but just feel some kind of way, like real angry. That man can just make you think all kinds of nasty stuff, you know.
Yeah.
It's scary. It's really scary, Georgette. I'm not kidding you. I don't ever remember feeling this much anxiety. And I really am really feeling a lot of anxiety. You know, not just for Black folks, but for humanity, period.
Yes.
You know, it's not okay. It's just not okay, Georgette. Because he's talking about my friends. Also, I have Mexican friends. You know, I have all kinds of friends. I have Muslim friends. I have, you know, white friends. And no, all of them aren't like that. So, I mean, he's talking about everybody. You know, I just have I'm telling you, we're in some serious shit.
Well, if he wins, if he wins, it also means that Mike Pence will be a heartbeat away from the presidency. I don't know. I don't know what's worse.
He's not better. I'll take Mitt Romney. Can we get Mitt back in the race?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's scary. It's very, very scary.
It's hard to think about. It's hard to wrap your head around this as a possibility, not because America has never had a hood wearer in the presidency, but because it will mean such a retrogression. You know, when Trump talks about making America great again, of course, we all understand, as well as his supporters, that he wants to take us back to a time when white men felt that they could do whatever it is they damn well pleased to anybody they damn well pleased, in their homes, around the world, and they were happy, you know. It's understandable. I mean, it must be great. You know? It must be a wonderful thing to just go around taking whatever you want, you know, without ever having to deal with any consequences. And so, you know, when as Venita talked about, when he talked about Black people can't walk down the street without getting shot. You know, I definitely think that a lot more Black people will be getting shot and killed during a Trump presidency, both legally, by peace, as well as you know, off the books, overtime, you know, hood wearing killings. So you'll have that. It's just ugly. I mean, I don't even know why I asked that question. It's so ugly.
Just had to take us down that road, Michelle.
And they don't wear hoods anymore. That's my problem. They don't have the hoods on. At least when they had the hoods on, I could identify them. Now I can't. And that's a big issue for me. I can handle a lot of stuff if I know what I'm dealing with. At least I can prepare myself. You know, but now they don't have hoods anymore.
They don't have hoods, but they have a language that is unmistakable.
Like
they
what?
have like let's make America great again.
Like let's not put up any Republican signs. And I've been here for 29 years, and all of a sudden there's no Republicans anywhere to be found in this town. See what I'm saying? That's scary. I see a couple of Trump signs, Georgette, but I've been in 29 years. I've actually been asked to work on a Republican campaign.
Wow.
But, I mean, I think it's only scary if you have allowed yourself to engage in the delusion of a post-racial America. If you stay grounded in the reality of who America has always been, then you're not ever shocked or hurt when they do something that is racist, sexist,
I'm not shocked, but I'm 50 something. Now, if I was 25 or if I was 35, I just don't feel like it right now, Shell. I simply don't feel like it.
Well, I'm sure
I'm
our
tired.
grandmama didn't feel like it either. But just like white men, we've always had to live with the reality that the world does not give us everything we want just when we want it. So yeah, it would be nice if they put on the hoods and we'd know who they are. But by now, if we don't know who they are, we can't be helped.
No, but because you don't know. You don't know. They're your doctors. They're your everything.
Right.
You don't have a clue, and it's you don't know.
Georgette, would you pick a question from the second part of Bitter Campaign? And I will be right back. Okay.
All right.
And don't wait for me to get back. Y'all just go on and discuss it.
Okay.
Give us these disturbing questions, and then she goes, you always be disturbed by yourself.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. Well, I think I'm going to go with question 5. I think Leonie was going to pick that one. Yeah, 5. Okay. Hillary has not emphasized her gender as a reason to vote for her. Do you think her gender has played a role in the tone of this campaign? If so, in what ways? Wow, I have to say yes, and both negatively and positively. So, on the negative, well, no, let's start with the positive. On the positive side, I'm sure it's gotten a lot more people to vote because, it rolls this way, I guess. It's going to roll Black president, hopefully a white woman, and then the rest of the people will get the chance to be president, hopefully, in a perfectly, positive, idealistic image or hope for America. The rest of the minorities will be represented. And the only negative part of her not saying, well, she never did say. It was everyone around her who said, yes, we've got to support this woman. And I think, who was it? Was it Madeleine Albright? Someone who said, if you don't vote for Hillary or something, and I'm totally messing up what she said, but if you don't vote for her, you're like stabbing womankind in the back or something like that. You're not a real woman. I'm like, okay, but that's kind of, that's no better than what the Trumpsters say. If you say it like that, give me some attributes of this candidate besides just her sex. Okay, that would make me vote for her. And then, of course, on the negative side, it's all these the women haters who've come out. And of course, they coach it in other things. Of course, Donald G just says what he wants to say about people's everything. Okay. So, and that's rolled on down to the people who don't like Hillary. They embrace these conspiracy theories that have been rolling around the internet forever about her and Bill. And it's not reasonable. Now, I embrace some conspiracy theories, but I know where to draw the line, okay? All right, aliens is my cutoff. And even Hillary said, you know, yeah, she knows they did. So that's all I got. Leonie?
Thank you.
Okay. I think definitely gender. I mean, I see gender has played a role in her political career, full stop. Like it's one of the things, I mean, I have to say that I'm not that much of a Hillary supporter. I'm not a Trump supporter by any means, and it doesn't even have to do with this election. I don't like a lot of the discourse around her and of her political career. It's just, there's a lot of very like white feminist privilege that just has seeped into the language, and I find it really bothersome. Kind of like this sense of like entitlement, and it bothers me about conversations around her, and it gets in the way of my understanding and respect for her, because I think in addition to people speaking about her as though for a very long time as though she's entitled to many of the things that she has gotten, she takes it up, you know. This is not a woman who checks her privilege at all.
Out there.
So,
No,
I don't know. Yeah, so I feel like gender, but even more specifically, like what I often refer to as kind of like that, like what I call white feminism has a lot to do with her rise, or it certainly has, it taints it in my mind. My recollection is that Hillary Clinton was not a politician prior to her husband going into the White House, and she was a lawyer that worked on, certainly worked on issues that had to do with community, but that she was a trial lawyer, or a lawyer that ran a private practice. So her political career has come as a result of her husband's political career, and I never see that acknowledged. And it bothers me. I kind of see it steeped in that, in a kind of feminism that I really don't like. I think in this time, with this election, in terms of the strategy to not mention it that often, I think it's because she's chosen to, as one of the earlier questions states, to focus on Trump and who he is, and so therefore she didn't need to bring up gender. And also she doesn't win in that sense, because a lot of the stereotypes that people associate with women, she doesn't perform strongly on. So I don't think that she could even win by playing up gender with people who are not already her supporters. I may have lost everybody then.
No, that was very thoughtful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Venita, anything? No? Okay.
No, I just found Leonie just said very interesting. She said what a lot of folks think but won't say. Let's be clear, Leonie, that a lot of folks today, I'll speak for myself. I'm not voting for Hillary Clinton because she's a female or because I think she's a superwoman or great or anything else. It's the lesser of the evils for me in 2016. You know, I have to exercise my right to vote. Although there's a couple things that as I was telling Michelle the other night, Hillary Clinton, she wants this so bad. I think I'll leave that conversation for after the election. Yeah, I think I'll leave that conversation for after election. But rest assured, that her being a female didn't impress me one way or the other. You know, I really want someone that's there that's going to run the country. If it was an alien and they could do a good job, then this is who I want. You know, we don't have you know, many choices in our country. We have two.
You know, that's just part of adulthood, right? Sometimes you have to make a choice for the sake of, you know, avoiding somebody like Trump becoming president, and that's totally fine. I mean, democracy is not fluffy marshmallows. Like, it's not supposed to feel good all the time. It doesn't mean that it always feels great to make the right decision, you know. But I mean, when I became aware of, for example, her quote around super predators, I mean, I don't have children. I don't know if I was a Black woman with children living in America, if I could bring myself to vote for somebody who spoke like that. It would hurt me. And that's all. I think she's very lucky to be running against Donald Trump.
Yes. Which makes me think this whole thing is orchestrated.
Well,
because so many much better candidates, you know, fell by the wayside. Why?
Yeah, well, Michelle and I've had that conversation too. But they were very good friends at one point. My understanding.
And they probably still are. See, that's how it works. The cat and the mouse. What is it? No, it's the the dog, the sheep herder dog, and the fox, and they punch in and out, you know. But while they're working, they're running the sheep.
Well, my thought on that has been that if Hillary and Donald are in cahoots on this campaign strategy, we won't know about it definitively for what, another 50 years, when the historians can get in there and dig out the truth. And so all we have to go on is these are the two major party candidates.
Yeah.
You can vote for a third party if you want to. You cannot vote at all. But these are the two major party candidates, which in America means one of them is going to be elected president. So, you know, in as much as that is the choice that has been before us, I did vote for Hillary, and it was hard, Leonie. It wasn't hard for me to vote for her today, but it was hard for me to make the decision to support her after the primary. I actually had become supportive of her in my mind before the actual result of the primary, because I didn't think Bernie was going to win.
Right.
And I like Bernie, but you know, I don't believe that is how American politics works. You know, for the most part, we just don't get a real third option.
No.
Yeah.
You know. And you know, I believe we should be working toward it, and you know, all of that. But you know, just like you don't plan a wedding 6 months before the event, you don't come out of you don't come out of the shadows 6 months before a presidential election talking about, here I am, I'm your third option. No, you're not. You're nothing.
Yeah. I think the thing that I find so bizarre about Hillary Clinton is that, like, she's essentially been running for president for like almost 10 years, right? Because she started off running the first time. And I feel like with Bernie Sanders, I know who he is as a candidate. With Donald Trump, I know who he is as a candidate. With Barack Obama, I knew who he was. I have no sense of what she actually stands for, other than wanting to be president. So I guess that's it. I mean, obviously, I know that she you know, is for, you know, women's rights and all that kind of stuff. But I just don't associate. It's kind of like I could think of someone as Bernie Sanders being very progressive, or Barack Obama as being a connector, you know, and you know, of, you know, Trump being whatever he is to satisfy the twisted minds of upset white men, like whatever he wants to do.
What's that
I don't
ticking
have that
noise
one
you have?
line. I don't
Yeah.
know what she's about, really. I just, and I
Well,
feel
and
like for someone who's, yeah.
that, you know, she does have an extensive platform, and you can actually find it on her website, hillaryclinton.com. But you know, as I indicated in the other question, it's clear to me that the team made a strategic decision to focus on
Mm-hmm.
the fear generated by Donald Trump as opposed to the positive reasons or platform of Hillary Clinton. Um,
Mm-hmm.
However, but you know, I want to go back to the gender question and say, you know, I think for women my age, and I'll be 57 next month, Leonie, um, there has always been Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton, it seems like she's been around, you know, in my awareness forever. And I think that given her age, because how old is Hillary? What is she, about 10 years older than us?
She's
And
69, I
she's
think.
60.
She
Yeah,
just turned 69.
yeah. So she's, you know,
Oh,
about
Wow.
12 years older than me. Right. So she is that group of feminists who really were the trailblazers of the second wave feminists, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and and so I've always seen her in that light. And so for me, she's an example of the type of woman that, you know, had to be harder than hard, more manly than men. The kinds of clothes she used to wear, you know, back in the day were, you know, these real kind of uh, power suits, and I think that that's why we get to this point today where people say, well, I don't see any warmth in her, and you know, all this kind of thing, because that was the generation of women that was knocking down doors and who encountered a great deal of resistance. So I don't really hold it against her, um, that you know, that she's got this kind of white feminist privilege thing going on. She does, but I think all of us have privilege in one way or another, or most of us, and you still have a choice about how you use that privilege.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, she had the pillow talk going on with the president of the United States, but so did women before her, you
Mm-hmm.
know, and none of them chose to parlay that position into political power. So I admire that in her as opposed to judging her, punishing her for it. Um, I was telling Venita yesterday, I was having a conversation with an older man who's one of my Facebook friends, and he's close to 80. And I had posted that image of the early suffragist, Anna Julia Cooper and um, Ida B. and one other one. So he came on and we ended up getting into a discussion about that. And he was saying that, you know, that these women, um, you know, and this is definitely a paraphrase of what he was saying, but that these women were much more supportive of the entire Black community than the women of the 1960s and 70s, because by the 1960s and 70s, Black women had come to see white women as their allies, and to see Black men as their oppressors. And and he was also saying that similarly, the modern generation of the younger generation of Black women that who are leading the Black Lives Matter also are concerned with the wider Black community, as opposed to just gender issues. And so of course I wanted to refer him to Paula Giddings, when and where I enter. And I was making the point that, you know, Black women had always been aware of gender differences and gender issues, but chose to put it on the back burner to deal with issues like lynching, to deal with pressing issues of survival. And so by the time you get to the 1960s and 70s, the Black women who were moving to put feminist issues on the agenda encountered a whole lot of um, fight back, backlash. Um, and so that's what was personally experiencing in the Black community. And that's why I could see someone like a Hillary or a white woman, you know, also dealing with it in their arena. So yeah, I do think that gender has played a role in the tone of this campaign, though not because Hillary has put it out there, but just the fact that she is a woman, and that is still a very threatening idea for that segment of the community, Black and white, that wants to maintain or go back to a certain way of being.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely hear you, and I definitely feel like Hillary Clinton definitely should be the one to win the presidency. I guess, yeah. And I don't know if it is a generational thing or if it's because I'm not American and I'm have a different background. I just have never really been a fan of hers. But
Well,
and
none of us
also,
are. I mean, even those of us who are voting for her and
yeah,
supporting her
yeah.
don't consider ourselves fans.
I mean, I think, and one of the things that I would, that there was a great book by Kesho Scott, who was a sociologist. I think she wrote a book like in the 1980s. It's called The Habit of Surviving. And it's an interesting narrative that looks at kind of what Black women were doing while the feminist movement was going on. Like what their lives, how their lives were being lived. So if you ever have a chance to pick it up, I mean, I can't recommend it enough. It was a really interesting look.
Okay, I'll look for it. Thank you.
The Habit of Surviving.
The habit of surviving. All right. All
Yeah.
right. So who picked that? Georgette picked that question, right? On gender.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Who's next? Is it Venita? Is it your turn to pick a question?
No, it's your turn.
No, I did all the
I
reading
think
at the
you pick.
beginning. You pick a question from the moving forward section. You guys notice I didn't give an end time for tonight's gathering. So whenever we start to get tired,
Okay.
we can end. But I also wanted us to, really have enough time to like get our feelings out, to process our feelings around this, because this thing is really physically making people sick.
Yeah.
Yes.
These questions are crazy as hell, Michelle.
Oh.
I mean, I'm trying to keep my nerves together. I got my back over here, and you just asking some crazy stuff. I'll do this one. I'll keep it light, because the other one is crazy as hell. If by some freakish quirk. Really, Michelle?
Oh, we did that one. We did that one.
Which one?
Oh, yeah.
What do we not do? America's love for Michelle Obama.
Yeah, we didn't do that one.
At least many of us do. Do you imagine she could ever be elected POTUS? Why or why not?
She's too smart for that.
I was going to say.
Okay. He's already seen the trouble.
Well, I know she's seen. No, Michelle is done what she do, and not saying she's not capable, wouldn't be capable, but why? There's no reason. She's seen all that stuff for 8 years. No. She's capable, but I could never see her as POTUS. She just needs to. She has a higher calling. And that is not the highest calling, being president of the United States of America. At least that's my feeling. I think she has more work and better work and more effective and more appreciated work to do out there. And I want her to stay out there because I think we need her out there. I'm done.
Okay.
Well, do I imagine that Michelle Obama could ever be elected POTUS? Well, see, now I feel influenced by all of your answers.
No, just disregard our answers.
Speak your truth.
Yes.
Can I excuse myself for a minute? Excuse Michelle. I got you 6 minutes. That's
All right.
That should be good.
Do I think it could happen? No, I'm not in my lifetime, and Michelle is in my lifetime.
Yeah.
So no, I think that between the fallout and backlash that we're gonna have dealing with and gonna have to deal with related to the Obama presidency, and whatever fallout there will be from having Hillary presidency, I think by the time we get to 2020 or 2024, the white men they really will have lost their minds. I can't see it. I can't see it. I think Venita's right. She has a higher calling.
And don't you think she's a little too honest? I mean, I remember her during the campaigns. She spoke very truthfully. She got in trouble a few times. Yeah. And I don't know whether or not, I I don't know how good she would be at the politician thing.
Well,
I
that's
think
the thing, and I meant to say that when you were talking about Hillary, that Hillary is a politician,
yeah.
and so she does say what the people want to hear when they want to hear it, you know, and that's why you don't really know what she stands for or believes in, because she's a politician, and but I think also, Leonie, we don't know, how much of a role she played in helping Bill
Mm,
jumpstart his political career,
mhm.
going back to their days in Arkansas.
Yeah.
She could indeed be the power behind the throne, you know.
Yeah. I mean, she was definitely. I felt that Hillary Clinton was definitely a politician in the White House. I don't think she had the kind of role that other first ladies had at all. At least it didn't look like that to me.
No, she
Um,
didn't.
yeah. So now I don't remember. As far as I can recall, things did not go well for her in the White House. I think pretty much everything she touched went bad for her.
Well, she really
Um,
got involved in the healthcare issue.
yeah.
And, once again, white men not wanting to change,
Mhm.
uh, and so she ran up against a lot of opposition. And so part of the criticism was, you know, carry your little female behind on back to the sidelines and stay out of grown men business.
Yeah. They always pull that one out of their socks at the last minute. What do you know about this?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, but that's why I say she's been a trailblazer in a lot of ways. And so she's had to take the hits. And, and a lot of that has come in the form of the kinds of um, attacks and criticisms that we see on her. Even this vague notion that she's not trustworthy, that
Yes.
has played out during this campaign, really goes back to the hatred of her that was spawned in how she conducted herself in the White House. You know,
Mhm.
where she didn't act like a first lady. She acted like a human being with thoughts of her own, and
Yes.
that ain't good.
Right. No picking out China for Hillary.
No picking up China for Hillary, right?
We'll see how good a job Bill does.
Versus
Yeah.
Michelle, who has taken a much more traditional role as a first lady, even though she tried to do a couple of things because she is so highly intelligent and capable, and she couldn't really just sit there and crochet for 8 years, and so she got involved in the what was it, the food thing and the exercise thing.
Yeah.
Um,
School lunches and
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. But that kind of flows within a line of women's work. Women are supposed
Yeah.
to be concerned about nurturing the bodies of the little ones. That's what we do. That's who we are.
Yeah, too. Well,
And I
So it
have to
was
say,
okay. So we love Michelle because Michelle stayed in her place.
well,
yeah. Well,
that's true.
it's interesting from my perspective because there's no such thing as a first lady in Canada. I mean, I would. There's not that role does not really exist. Um, yeah. So there's not really a role for the prime minister's wife. This current prime minister, um, his wife you see more often, but I mean, for the most part, there isn't. She's not the first. The prime minister's wife is not paid a salary. She doesn't have a mandate. She doesn't do any of that stuff. She's just the prime minister's wife.
Well, there's not really an
Okay.
official role, um, in America. And, Hillary Clinton, I mean, I'm thinking of Eleanor Roosevelt, um, and who else was there? I'm thinking of Jackie Kennedy. Um, but, Hillary Clinton really was among a select group of first ladies who were like, yo, I'm a professional woman, and just because my husband has become president of the United States doesn't mean I'm going to sit back and be silent, you know, and play a role that's been defined for me. And that's what I mean by she parlayed the position that she was in into political opportunity for herself. Uh, but, she certainly was not required to do that as a part of her role uh, as a first lady, because most first ladies, we can't even really remember them or think about what they do. When I think about, who was it, Nancy Reagan, I get chills when I think about the Just Say No.
Yes.
But she's associated with that. They usually do have some kind of issue.
They do. You're right about that.
Period.
That's the only one that I can think of that didn't have some kind of issues in my time. Okay, at least got visible issues.
Yeah. No, which first lady? I didn't hear the first part.
I said Michelle Obama is the only
Michelle.
first lady I can think of that didn't have any visible issues. Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
What about Laura Bush?
Oh, she really has some issues.
Oh, Laura.
I mean, just to be with him, you got to have some issues.
Well, for the longest time, I didn't know she was a teacher. You couldn't tell it.
Was she?
Yes. Yeah. I'm like, and you married him? And look at those two girls you got there. What's going on? What was she teaching? Special ed? No, let me stop. That was so wrong. No. But yes, she was much smarter than her husband.
Yeah. So I would love to follow Michelle Obama as president, but I don't think it's likely.
Well, Michelle, you did mention something that about Hillary Clinton. Her attitude towards her profession. And Michelle Obama, on the other hand, is a caretaker of children. That's a pretty good job. There's no other like it, and that's probably why I respect her so much. The professional women, of course. I mean,
by profession, Michelle is a lawyer.
I know she's a lawyer, but I love the caring part. But that's just my personality.
But the role that she chose to play in the White House was nurturer,
take care of the children.
Right.
And that's the problem. No one has been taking care of the children, and that's why I admire her so much.
Right, but the point that I'm making, though, is not that there's anything wrong with taking care of children. The point that I'm making is that I think that Michelle consciously chose that kind of role because of all of the backlash that Hillary Clinton had to deal with when she stepped outside of what we would consider acceptable women's work.
I don't know.
Because Michelle
and so I think for Michelle, it was a bigger issue of we already got a black president. That's already, it's going to be a shock to the American system. I don't need to add to, all that my husband's going to have to be dealing with by pursuing my own agenda. Whereas Hillary didn't have the problem of having a black husband as the president. She just had a regular old white man. So that was her privilege, Leonie. So she could use that privilege to say, I'm gonna step over here and do this because I got a regular white man.
Yeah.
Michelle had to say, well, I got a black man.
Yeah.
I better
And I mean,
act like I know.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see because, I mean, her background is not only that she was a lawyer, but she was in like the executive, like she was an executive at a large healthcare thing, right? Like she was making like $300K a year before she came to the White House.
Right.
So, you know.
Right. So
I'm sure Michelle is waiting to be Michelle again.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe she is. And maybe that was her alter ego. You know, I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
You know, that could have been her alter ego. Who knows that if lawyerism, because she had the profession, was satisfying to her. You know what I'm saying? Or wasn't expected of her. You know, you go to Ivy League school, this is what's expected of you. So that's you know, you never know.
Right.
Well, can you see her as a Supreme Court justice?
Yes, most definitely. I could definitely see Michelle as a Supreme Court justice. I would give her a whoop whoop. Yes. What you think, Leonie?
Maybe. I don't know. It's hard to say because, yeah, I don't know. Do corporate lawyers become Supreme Court justices? I don't know.
And I'm saying in our make-believe world.
In our make-believe world, sure. Michelle Obama on the court.
Right.
Chief Justice Michelle Obama. I'm all for it.
There you go. Matter of fact, I think all of us need to be on the court. Yeah, we got the gunslinger Nelly over here. She's not talking with no male Supreme Court justice. We know that. Where is Kim? Where is Jay? I miss everybody.
Let's take one more question from a bitter campaign. Leonie, is it your turn to pick a question?
Okay.
I think so.
Okay.
I'll look at question number 3.
Okay.
Okay.
Disillusionment with America's political process is high, especially among young people and progressive citizens. What do you think of arguments in favor of casting protest votes or no vote at all? I have a very strong opinion on this one.
Let's hear it. I'll give you 10 minutes.
It won't be that long.
Okay. Let me know.
I think if people choose not to participate in the political process, I'm totally fine with that. I feel like it may not be your thing. I don't understand protest votes in a two-party system. I just think it's irresponsible. Yeah, so that's where I sit. Like all these people who are undecided, it's like you have two choices, decide or get out of it, but that's pretty much it.
Right.
Or people writing in their cats for candidates. Right. I mean, I don't understand that. Like, be a grown-up already.
Right. I got you. Okay. I feel the same way.
We don't have many grown-ups in the U.S. Don't you know this is a youth culture?
We're so positive, Leonie. We really. You haven't seen it yet, but.
Were you done, Leonie?
I am. For now, yes.
Okay.
Anybody else?
I know Georgette got something to say, huh, Georgette?
Oh boy. Well, you know, I can't agree with not voting at all. So, all right. Well, if you have to write your cat in, but you came to vote, okay? Make it look good. Because there are other people on the ballot. You know, you're voting for your local government too. So surely there's somebody in there you can vote either for or against. And I think in this election, it's been mostly you're voting against something or someone. But show up, because they're looking at the numbers. Okay, and if you have a problem later on, you can say, well, I voted for you, no, whether you did or not. I need a solution. So, but if you're a voting member, and they do look at the voting rolls, they look at who's voting where. And so I've seen where that affects the way people respond to your questions and your problems, especially in at the local level and in local government. Because if they see you're a voter, they're going to call you back. They're going to answer that email, okay? Because they don't want to be voted against the next time the election pops up. So I think it gives you a certain sort of a position of power, as small as it may be, because we don't really have much power, but it's something, and that's better than nothing. So that's where I'm at on that.
I'm gonna change my vote, change my answer then after that, hearing that, Georgette.
Okay.
I will just say this: if I were an American, I would always vote, because I do realize, in hearing you say that, yeah, I do realize that you guys vote for more things than we do. Like, nobody runs for dog catcher in Canada, so, or for a lot of the stuff at the local level. So I think in that case, if I were in a system where that was the norm, I would probably say everyone should vote. But we have a different kind of bureaucracy here. But I think if I were in an American bureaucracy, yeah. So I just want to add that caveat.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, I'm in the same place, Georgette. You know, I can't get with this not voting at all. I don't care what your problem is, and you know, people are not. It seems that a lot of young people are not moved by the sacrifices that generations of Black people have made to make sure that we could have a voice in the system that was impacting our lives. But I am very grateful and appreciative of those ancestors, and I would never dismiss their contributions. So that's one issue. An equally important issue for me is the fact that the political system at every level does different things that have an impact on our lives. And so, yeah, Georgette, you're right. It's a smidgen of power that we have. But we need to use whatever power we have in the best way we can. I think the Black Lives Matter people made a strategic mistake when they decided they were not going to endorse any political candidate. You know, that's not life in America. Life in America is show that you can bring the people to the polls, show that you got somebody's got your back, that you matter. And I think that when you say that you're not going to vote at all, that is being interpreted as you don't matter. You don't matter. The ones that matter are the ones that take 5 minutes out of their day to go to the polls and cast a vote. And so I think that there's not enough political education that goes on in the community, and we don't understand the different ways that different levels of government, federal, state, local, regional, school districts, special districts, we don't understand the way that different levels of government impact the quality of our lives. But at the federal level, the next president is going to nominate, possibly 4 justices to the Supreme Court. Those bastards are going to be on there until they die.
Oh.
And and they are going to be passing judgments on what is the law of the land for years to come. So when we talk about civil rights policies or voting rights policies or women's rights policies or workers' rights or the environment or consumers or employment or housing, we say we want the government to put more money into affordable housing. We say we don't want the government to send our children off to die in senseless wars. All of those are decisions that are made at the federal level. And so I get angry when I hear people saying, the federal elections don't matter, just focus on the local elections. No, we got to be focused on the whole picture because the whole picture is focused on us.
That's true.
Hello.
Hey, Kim.
Oh, no.
Glad you made it. Wait.
I want you to look at my daughter. She just voted.
Oh, good for you. All right.
That was her first time voting, and she voted for the right person.
Good.
Okay.
Kim, tell us who you are.
I'm Kim.
Who are you? Where are you?
Oh, I'm Kim. I'm in. Oh, we're live. Oh, I'm sorry. I just jump all in up in here. I'm Kim, and I'm in New York.
Oh,
Hi, everybody.
Wow.
And what's your daughter's name?
Darnice.
Darnice.
And she came home from college tonight just to vote.
All right now.
Excellent.
That's what I'm talking about.
And that's just what we were talking about. We are actually on question 3 on the agenda, which is about disillusionment among young people. And all of these folks that have taken the position that they're either not going to vote or they're going to vote for somebody that they know doesn't have a snowball's chance in hell of winning this presidential election. So that's the thing, though. That is why, regardless of how limited our power is, I believe it is always the wiser choice to cast your vote until we can do better, until we can make our voices stronger, until we have an opportunity to educate ourselves about the role that government plays in our life. And all of that is work that needs to go on in between elections. That's why, as I said earlier, you just can't jump out there 6 months before an election and expect that you're going to have a real chance of changing a system that is almost 250 years old. And if we really want to get serious about changing that system, then Leonie, let's have an adult conversation about how to do that. Let's stop with the tantrums because we're not getting everything that we want from this system, and have a real adult conversation about what is the strategy and what is the plan to put, and what is the vision of this better system that we want to have into place. And I'm telling you, it's not going to happen 6 months before the election. And so there's a lot of work to be done in between elections, you know, from the moment a candidate is elected at whatever level, federal, state, local, at whatever level. Just because you took 5 minutes and went and voted does not mean your real work as a citizen is done if you hope to have more influence in the process than just being a name on a voter roll. You know, so we have taught our politicians that they don't have to pay attention to us. We have taught our politicians that we don't matter, because once we elect them, we walk away. And they have learned they can do just what they want to do. They, you know, you all know they have that big, what is it, the congressional weekend, the CBC weekend that they had a big old party. You know. Have I hit my time limit?
No, I was just a little distracted because Clint, your favorite nephew,
is he here?
Is not here, but he just reported that Connecticut hates Trump, going by the numbers.
Okay.
Oh, good. I know you feel proud of that.
That's one state.
Yes, he just texted me and said, "Mom, Connecticut hates Trump." Going by the numbers. I'm sorry, I got excited.
Well, I just, as soon as you said that, I saw a projection on the screen I have on MSNBC that was 200 for Clinton and 235 for that other guy.
Well, what state are you talking?
It's just a projection, I think.
Oh.
I don't know.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Whose children had civics in their schools? Were you taught civics?
No.
Your children? No?
I don't think mine did.
No.
I think that's part of the problem. We don't understand where we fit in the political process.
Right.
And it's worse now because now they just teach to the test. They just teach what's going to be on the test, and that's it. And they don't teach it in a manner for you to even learn that. It's just enough for you to regurgitate it and get you through the system.
Yeah, I think my younger brother, who is, I guess he's about to turn 47 now. He may be the last generation to have anything like that, because I remember him being involved in a youth in government. I did a model UN, but he did a youth in government program that was a similar kind of thing where they took over the state house in Trenton. But by the time my son came along, they weren't doing that kind of thing. Yeah. So, Kim, how are you feeling about the election? What's going on with you?
Well, I'm looking at the Wall Street Journal updates, and you know, I think from what I saw earlier, Trump is losing his little bit of a lead, and so I'm looking forward to that changing and flipping. So, you know, so the polls close in half an hour here in New York. So I just want just to see her leading. So, but I have to say, like many people, I'm so burnt out by it until it's been like 3 days where I just have not paid attention to it at all.
Well, you know, I was kind of getting ready to wind it down just as you were coming in, but I did want to go to that last question. Number number 12. In fact, would you read that one, Kim, please?
Let's see here. Well, you guys have been here a long time.
Yes.
We've been here since 6:30. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought we were all coming on at 8, but then I saw the updates that we were coming at 6:30, and I had already promised her I would take her voting.
I didn't remember us saying that. You know, I wasn't even sure
I
I was
think
going to
Joel
do it.
was saying that at 8 o'clock we could talk about the results as it was coming in, and I thought that that's what we might do. But I like this better, so thank you for all your hard work. This is good. Question 12.
But I'm not in a hurry to leave. I mean, we can hang out. You know, I'm just. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say before you get there that I unfortunately have to go.
Okay.
I enjoyed tonight, but I have to go. So I just wanted to say good night.
Are you leaving
Good
now?
night.
Okay.
Okay, Leonie.
Well, Leonie, it's been
Leonie.
such a pleasure.
It's been
As
fun.
always.
It's been fun. I
Did
hope
you
always have-
leave your address for everybody, Leonie?
Sorry?
Venita's room.
Leonie, that's not even right. That's not right, Leonie.
She has some palace made. She has some palace made already. She knows we're coming.
Yeah. Have a
Have a
great night,
good night.
everybody.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night.
Okay, question 12. What have you done to try to maintain your sanity during this election? And what advice do you have for Americans on taking care of themselves in the years ahead now that the Trump spirit has been unleashed?
So you were saying the last few days you have what, turned off the TV?
You know, it's National Novel Writers Month, so I'm trying to write a novel. So I've been writing. I just said, you know, this is what I want to do. I don't want to spend more time listening to the insane things that come out of Trump's mouth. But in terms of the question, I think that each of us has to kind of step out of the machine. And I think it was something you said last time, Michelle, in terms of just being more independent some kind of way. You know, whether it's if you have a little side gig or you have a little garden or something that you do that takes you out of, you know, being in this capitalistic system 1,000%. Because I mean, if they close the supermarkets, we don't eat.
Yeah.
So my thought is, how can we start to do more co-ops and more things where we have some ownership over pieces of our lives, whether it's even secondhand stores where, you know, we just buy things that somebody else in good quality, but you don't have to always run to Walmart or this one or that one or the other one. That we find ways to recycle among ourselves. That's just what I'm thinking, is that we have to become more of an economic base.
Thank you.
Can I say one more thing? I love the picture that you posted today about why there's so many things taken from enslaved people except the Bible, except Christianity. Did you post that? And so there's just a part of me that feels like I think that we do need to get closer to whatever it is that we believe in spiritually. But I also think that we need to watch out to make sure that that same God is not blinding us to situations where we may need to take some power back.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think the meme said, think about it. If they took our language, our history, our traditions, our culture, our everything. Why were we allowed to have the Bible? And so my cousin, uh, Gwen Robinson, came on, and one of the comments that she left there was, that it was a modified level of a modified version of the Bible that we were allowed to have. And so if I had engaged her in a further conversation, she probably would have said that once we gained access to the full Bible, we were able to identify the parts that were actually empowering for us. But anyway. So on question 12, what have you done to try to maintain your sanity during this election? I have, and this is, y'all know I don't watch a whole lot of TV anyway, but I have definitely had to limit my intake of news and media during this election cycle. One of my favorite channels is, I think it's TV Land. I don't know what it is, but they put on Everybody Loves Raymond, King and Queens and stuff like that. And I can just put that on in the background and, and not have to worry that I'm going to hear sirens and gunshots and, all of this. But what started happening even on that channel were the campaign elections. And so I've got this background noise on this comedy channel, and the next thing I hear is, grab them by the pussy!
Oh my God. There's no escape.
It's like, what? And those were Hillary ads. Those were Hillary ads where she was playing over and over, just in case we didn't hear it 10,000 times already. She was playing, looping over and over Donald Trump's words. And it was just traumatizing. So I'm like, oh my God, I can't even listen to the comedy channel.
Oh.
And then of course, when you turn on a news channel, CNN or MSNBC or something like that, it was just 24-hour, nonstop election coverage. And it was so clearly imbalanced toward Donald Trump. It was like, I'm telling you, any time of day, any day of the week, I could turn on one of those channels and the first thing I would hear, well, Trump said, da, 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 and Trump did, da, 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 da. At one point, I was playing a game with myself to see how many minutes would go past before I would hear Trump's name. And it really was literally no more than 2 minutes would go past before his name would come up. Nobody else. Wow. Not Clinton's name, not Sanders' name, not all those 1,000,001 people who ran, in the Republican Party. Nobody. Trump's name within 2 minutes. So I don't know what role the media has carved out for itself now.
Yeah.
But it's very different than anything we've ever seen before. And I really am concerned that, that they literally are making people sick. That it's like some kind of mind conditioning going on. This is where I want to get with the conspiracy theorists, Georgette. Like, what? Really? It's like,
okay.
You will vote for
Well, if I may say, remember, we live in a time of reality TV.
That's right.
Everything is reality. The whatever state households, wives. Sorry.
You said households. I thought you said households. Good one, Venita. That was good.
Yeah. What was I saying?
State households.
Reality TV.
This is what Trump do to you. Yeah, this is what he does to you. Yeah, we live in a time of reality TV, and everything is reality TV. So if you look at Trump, you know, and you look at the media, actually, like anyone else, they're working for their jobs daily. Pressure is put on them constantly. We've gotten these people to a place where they live in reality. They need this, you know. So they chose Trump because he is a clown. Think about it, and he could be halfway entertaining if he wasn't so real, like the president of the United States of America,
Right.
you know. Otherwise, he's entertaining for some people. So with the pressures of the media to get their ratings, for the pressure of journalists to keep their jobs, because journalism is not like it used to be. Get the hard facts and all that. I don't want to hear that bullshit no more. That been gone. Okay? Journalism is about getting that reality out there, keeping those short attention spans, telling somebody some bullshit, because that's what they conditioned us in the last, I don't know how many years now. Really, really a lot in the last 10 years. And that's what Donald Trump is for them. It wasn't about politics or the presidency or any of that stuff. It's about reality. And that's why you heard his name over and over again saying some crazy shit, you know, because that's what they really believe that we want. You know, why are you laughing, Georgette?
Because I can tell when you're getting real, Venita. You're going down now. You're going down.
I am not a scholar, and I'm not going to be one. And I don't need to be one. I call it like I see it, and that's what's happening to us now. So Donald Trump getting on television saying filthy, nasty, low-down things is what they think that the population of people want to hear now, and especially those other people, you know. So they didn't want to get to talk about Hillary or anything, you know.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's where we're at now, and you know, it's very difficult. It's very painful, but he makes money. He has made some stations, some journalism, Fox. Oh shit, he done bought that money. Which, sadly enough, this is the way our country actually thinks. That's what's sad, is that they really looking about going by the amount of votes that he's getting. They enjoy that shit. They really do. So I don't know what's going to happen. Oh, Clint said, oh, he's over a friend's house, keeping up with all the crap. Georgia, Alabama, he is shocked of the amount of votes so far that Trump has gotten in the state of Alabama. Like 60.
Alabama shocked him.
Wow.
Well, because the boy ain't been around for 29 years, Michelle. And he just, you know, he figured with the population of black folks in the South, unless a lot of black folks just aren't bothering to vote, period, then why does Donald Trump have 69% so far of the votes in Alabama?
Trump keep telling y'all he got a lot of blacks.
I wasn't gonna go there. Like, I'm trying to stay positive. I was not trying to get there.
They pulled out Ben Carson a little while ago.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm like, who? What? Why?
Yeah.
Who's gonna listen to him?
Here goes his black.
Stop it. But we probably have to.
No, but But really, no. But I do think because of all of this, that that we do have to think about how to take care of ourselves through this, because you're right. I'm an old-fashioned girl. I miss the journalists who thought it was their job to present
Yes.
a balanced point of view.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we knew they weren't perfect, and we knew they still had their biases, and
Yes.
we knew there were stories they were not covering, and
Yes.
all of that. But you still had a few of the serious journalists that were trying to do news. So we know we're in another era, and that's that's not the way things are now, and may never be again. And so, what do we do with that? What do we do with it? Because I've been reading stories about people really being physically and emotionally ill. Little girls, going into depression, hearing about the way girls are being talked about, young women not understanding that the level of misogyny is still so high in some sectors of this society, you know. So,
Mm.
and as I said earlier, that dynamic that Trump has unleashed and licensed is going to be there for a long time, regardless of who's elected. They have now set a tone, um, where it's like they could see each other. They could see each other from this side of the country to that side. Oh, they're my people. We're free now. We can come out from behind our robes and tell you exactly who we are and what it is we want to do in this country. So, and not just the TV and the corporate media, but also what comes through on our social media. That has been a nonstop barrage of ugliness going on. Um, so I don't know. I mean, I do think that turning off the TV is one thing that we can do. Turning off the computers is one thing that we can do, but I really was hoping y'all might have some other ideas.
Yoga. Take some yoga. That's a good idea. Michelle, yeah, take some yoga.
Well, yoga's always a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah, I would take a little yoga. And what else can we do? More volunteer work. Instead of watching television, we can go do more volunteer work.
That's a good one.
Soup kitchens are always open. We always have other types of things. Oh, one thing I wanted to mention to you, not to get off the subject. We also need to take a look for those that do go to church. I think the Black community needs to start taking a very hard look at the Black churches.
Yes.
A very, very, very hard look at the Black churches. And I'm trying to be fair about this, because I'm not, I was raised in the church and it was my parents' choice. But once I was able to make my own choice, I left the church for a host of reasons. But that's one thing that Black folks is really gonna have to stop and start taking a good look at that. And it brought me that came to my mind when my son said he doesn't understand how Donald Trump got so many votes in a place like Alabama. And I'm sure a lot of those votes are Black votes, because we have the Black ministers that are whores and whore themselves out to Donald Trump and meet Donald Trump, as all politicians have to do. However, to talk about what could you possibly be talking to this man about? Then they come back to their church, the Baptist and the Methodist church down south, and they tell the congregation what they should do. I mean, it's just, and these are people that are looking into these ministers, into their church as a community, as their pretty much savior. Believe it or not, there are a lot of folks that still do feel that way, and I respect those feelings. However, you know, black folks have to really start taking a look at their religious leaders or lack of leaders, because they're leading them to hell directly, nonstop, straight.
Yes.
They really are, and it's very sad. It's very, very sad. It's actually a crime.
Clinton 69%, Trump 29%, Johnson 1%. Johnson?
Who Johnson?
The guy who didn't know what was going on in what, Syria? Aleppo what?
All right. I am getting tired. I'm getting tired. So let me read this poem to you all, and I'm going to go to bed.
Okay. Yeah, that's another good thing we can do. We can get more sleep. Great for your sanity.
We can get our sleep. Absolutely. This is called, and I'm sure you all have heard it. It's called "Let America Be America Again." Let America be America again. Let it be the dream it used to be. Let it be the pioneer on the plain, seeking a home where he himself is free. America never was America to me. Let America be the dream the dreamers dreamed. Let it be that great strong land of love where never kings connive nor tyrants scheme, that any man be crushed by one above. It never was America to me. Oh, let my land be a land where liberty is crowned with no false patriotic wreath, but opportunity is real and life is free. Equality is in the air we breathe. There's never been equality for me, nor freedom in this homeland of the free. Say, who are you that mumbles in the dark? And who are you that draws your veil across the stars? I am the poor white, fooled and pushed apart. I am the Negro bearing slavery scars. I am the red man driven from the land. I am the immigrant clutching the hope I seek and finding only the same old stupid plan of dog eat dog, of mighty crush the weak. I am the young man, full of strength and hope, tangled in that ancient, endless chain of profit, power, gain, of grab the land, of grab the gold, of grab the ways of satisfying need, of work the men, of take the pay, of owning everything for one's own greed. I am the farmer, bondsman to the soil. I am the worker, sold to the machine. I am the Negro, servant to you all. I am the people, humble, hungry, mean. Hungry, yet today, despite the dream. Beaten, yet today, oh pioneers. I am the man who never got ahead, the poorest worker bartered through the years. Yet I'm the one who dreamt our basic dream in the old world while still a serf of kings, who dreamt a dream so strong, so brave, so true, that even yet its mighty daring set in every brick and stone, in every furrow turn, that's made America the land it has become. Oh, I'm the man who sailed those early seas in search of what I meant to be my home. For I'm the one who left Ireland's shore and Poland's plain and England's grassy lea, and torn from Black Africa's strand I came to build a homeland of the free. The free? Who said the free? Not me. Surely not me. The millions on relief today, the millions shot down, the millions who have nothing for our pay, for all the dreams we've dreamed, and all the songs we've sung, and all the hopes we've held, and all the flags we've hung, the millions who have nothing for our pay except the dream that's almost dead today. Oh, let America be America again, the land that never has been yet, and yet must be, the land where every man is free, the land that's mine, the poor man's, Indians, Negroes, me. Who made America? Whose sweat and blood, whose faith and pain, whose hand at the foundry, whose plow in the rain must bring back our mighty dream again? Sure, call me an ugly name, you choose. The steel of freedom does not stain. From those who live like leeches on the people's lives, we must take back our land again. America. Oh, yes, I say it plain. America never was America to me, and yet I swear this oath, America will be. Out of the rack and ruin of our gangster death, the rape and rot of graft and stealth and lies, we, the people, must redeem. The land, the mines, the plants, the rivers, the mountains, and the endless plain. All the stretch of these great green states, and make America again. Langston Hughes.
Yes.
Langston.
Okay.
Yeah. So, all right, everybody. Thank you so much for our election March 2016. Joel had joined us and Nicole, but I guess they're both working hard. Wore themselves out trying to get people to the polls, so that's important.
Yes.
On the Wall Street Journal, Hillary just pulled ahead of Trump in terms of electoral votes.
Mm-hmm.
Thank goodness.
So thank you, God, because I was starting
Starting to worry.
I was getting a little worried. So thank God.
Well, New York knew what time it is. Hillary got 90% of the votes there. Trump got 13. No.
And that was on. Oh, I'm not gonna say where that's from. That's not nice.
California doesn't close.
Say what?
California doesn't close until 11 o'clock.
Well, they got to vote on emissions and aliens and all kinds of stuff. I mean, California gets on nerves. They make up stuff to vote on in California.
Okay.
Or, the way, I mean, they can wear people out.
Yeah.
They can wear people out in California.
So, Venita, can you say that line again about any state households?
What you think, Tim?
Did you say any state households?
I was talking about the reality house wives, and I said households. I don't know why. This election thing is really, really getting to me. I'm pretty good with it, but it really is causing problems.
Oh boy, Nicole is here.
Hey.
It has been a challenge trying to catch up with you all, but at least I'm here tonight, and
what happened?
Good.
What happened?
So I voted early, but I don't know. I was just stuck in traffic. I've had these meetings, and these meetings are consuming so much of my time. But I'm here and just want to discuss. I didn't even know we were doing. I guess I got the message late. I hadn't really been on Facebook a whole lot, and I got the information. I guess I was in a training today, And so as soon as I made it in, I was like, I was hoping you all were still here here.
Give us your name and location so I will have that for
Oh, okay. Yeah, Nicole Wilson, Houston, Texas.
welcome. We were winding down, but since you're here, if y'all can hang around for a few more minutes and let's try to hear what's on Nicole's mind. Well, yeah, we've been here since 6:30. I think there may have been.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think there may have been. Maybe I got things screwed up because Kim was saying she thought we had said we weren't going to start until 8. And maybe we did, but I didn't remember that. So I just, set it up for our regular time. Plus, I wasn't really even sure I was going to do it until kind of like the last minute. So,
yeah.
We were very vague about it. I think we were very, very vague about it, Michelle.
Wow.
Yeah, well, I knew there was a you, Kim, that was going to work on getting people to the polls or work on the polls.
Yes, it didn't happen.
Yeah, and I knew Joel had said he was going to be doing that, So I wasn't expecting everybody. Leonie was here, though, from the beginning. She just left a few minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
And Kim hasn't really been here that long.
Okay.
So, but anyway, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. But Nicole, I'm going to leave the camera on you. And, just tell us what's on your mind.
Wow, there's so much on my mind. First and foremost, I guess I'm shocked. I was not expecting this to be such a tight race. And I know that it's relatively early, but when I entered the House, I just was not expecting, again, for Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump to kind of be neck and neck here. And as much as electoral votes are concerned. And and Texas is traditionally what they call a red state.
Yeah.
And I've been reading articles suggesting that eventually that will shift for Texas, and that that political scientists and Dems in Texas and so forth are trying to catapult that. But at true to form, Texas is showing red so far, and I don't, I'm sitting with that. It's a specter for me at this point. It just haunts me that this state is so steeped in white supremacy, but why should I? And it's cloaked in these notions of law and order and respectability and so forth. When I know for a fact that these sentimentalities are, really code words for, white supremacy. So I'm just having a hard time, I guess, just kind of taking in how close this race is thus far. And for people to justify that, regardless of his bigotry, I've just heard people justify, but he's gonna, undo math and bring back jobs and I guess it just kind of it's merging with the theory that I'm reading, right? I've been reading this critical theorist, and he talks about he's really racializing assemblages, and he's made me think of Alexander Wahalian. He's made me think of and actually he's using Black feminist critical theory and to support undergird his critical theory. But he's made me kind of reconcile and deal in reality, right, about ritual in this nation, and that Black suffering, it's not anything, it's not even seen as a crisis in this nation, because it just is. It's accepted. It's what happens. It's what we know, and it's ritual. And And it's just it's a component of ritual, and ritual in, you know, state sanctioned murders, and the ways in which our, you know, infant mortality rates and health and wellness and so forth with Black Americans. And I'm just trying to find some peace.
I hear you.
Trying to find some peace. I think Solange said it best when she says, I was already weary. I was already tired. And I'm already weary. I'm not even 40 years old yet, and I'm already tired. You know, where are we going to go? Where can we be free? Where can we be Black? Where will our humanity be respected, protected, and we don't have to justify our humanity? When will that day ever come? It's mind-boggling, really. And how many more generations do we have to hope and put that on the next? Oh, hopefully by the next generation it gets better, or the next generation it gets better. And don't get me wrong, I do see, you know, of course we can talk about some change, and then we have people who say, well, there's evolutionary change and not necessarily revolutionary change. But I'm thinking about Daylin English's concept of strategic anachronism, and it's time. It moves slowly for us in terms of making progress. And so that's where I am today. My children, my daughters had a mock election at their school, and Donald Trump was the winner.
What? No, not the children.
Yeah.
The children too.
Right. And my babies came home and they said, Mommy, I think they're going to try to send us back to Africa.
Oh.
And it just disheartened me, you know. And I had to explain to my daughters that no one's sending us anywhere, and that, you know, we survived, and we have survived, and we have survived the most extreme and harshest forms of domestic terrorism, and we continue to survive. And our ancestors built this country, and we're not going anywhere. Nobody's sending us anywhere.
That's right.
But this is 2016. And I have to explain to two 10-year-olds. Just,
yeah,
where can we be? I just, you know, I keep going back to that question. Where can we be Black? Where can we be free? Where is this space? Where is the discourses of safety? Where are those things? Where's it located? How do we access it? And those are my thoughts tonight.
I don't really think there is any place, Nicole. You know, I mean, not every place. I have a spiritual son who I met on Facebook. His name is Coquetzo. In fact, he came to one of our hangouts a couple of sessions ago. Y'all may not remember him. He's from South Africa, and
Yeah, I remember.
he had posted that he was recently in the U.S. and that he was shocked at the level of racism and misogyny going on here.
Right.
And I said to Venita, I said, we've got Leonie up in Canada, and she looks at us with pity. And now we've got my son in South Africa, and he looks at us with pity.
How does that sound? South Africa.
Right. These Americans. Yeah.
But, you know, while I do think that there are places that are not as steeped in the ish that we're dealing with here, I think we have to keep a couple of things in mind. The demographics are different in different countries, and that makes a big difference.
Yeah.
You know, America is if not the most diverse country in the world. It's certainly, you know, up there in the top. And that all of that diversity has never been worked out. You know, this
Yeah.
idea of a melting pot has never been worked out. And it takes more than just saying that's what we are, you know, to really make it happen. I think it was Leonie who said earlier tonight, you know, why something about why can't we just act like adults? And I said, well, we don't really have a lot of adults.
Right. Well, because
Yeah,
that harkens back to what James Baldwin, well, at least when he talks about white Americans as, you know, the immature.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, between that and the seriously, the emphasis on youth culture, you know, we don't respect wisdom and you know, maturity and you know, Donald Trump has performed like a bad child,
Yes.
And people love it.
and people love it.
Right out of the WWE. Yeah.
You know, and
Sad,
so there's a maturity
sad.
that America has not reached as one of the youngest countries. It's one of the most diverse, but
Right.
it's also one of the youngest countries.
Right.
And so you know, so if we were to go anywhere, we would change the demographic of that country.
Right.
So if
Right.
we were to go to just like you see the African immigrants going into Europe now, and you know, and all the kind of issues that they're starting to have around that. So a homogeneous population can move one way, but a more diverse population like America is dealing with a different set of issues. So I don't think we can go anywhere for that reason. The other reason is that
Mm.
America has its tentacles, and I'm just going to be crass and say it how I would say it if it was just me and Venita on the phone. I would say America has its dick up everybody's ass.
Yes. Right. Right. Yeah.
And so no matter where you are in the country, that
Right.
influence, this cultural influence, the values that are promoted by this country,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
the racism, the paternalism, the capitalism,
Yeah.
are pushed on everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it's a matter of us running away from the problem. I do think it's a matter of us digging in and looking at the problem from a new angle. And so we
Right.
talked a little bit earlier in the night about, you know, the shifting demographics that are going on here in the browning of America, you know, which is a
Mm-hmm.
big part of what is sparking this backlash, you know, this nostalgia about taking America back
Right.
to
Uh-huh.
where, you know. Um, but nevertheless, the demographics are changing. And so you know, we fantasized about having Michelle Obama as president, and we've talked about what it felt like to live under a black president. And so, you know, those are real signs of shifts. going on in America, whether white men like it or not. And they're going to go down with a struggle.
Right.
They're going to go out kicking and screaming like any
Yeah.
other toddler would do, because they've not matured to the point where they grasp the fact that they are not the center of the universe.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So this is painful for them.
Right.
But they are coming into a world that, as Venita would say, is tired of it.
Absolutely.
So, that's where we might find a little hope. But what I want to do, since we're here, I had to put on a cup of coffee, Nicole.
I was getting Nicole.
Yes.
I was show a couple of days back. I was getting ready to message you because I was getting concerned, because I said Nicole never not come anywhere and not say does And when you didn't come last week, I got really concerned because I love you.
Yeah.
And it's not right, and you upset me. And from now on, I have to let that out.
Yeah. Did you
or call somebody on the phone or do
Okay, I sure will. I'll do that. Did you get my the post that I made?
Oh, with your at phone number and everything?
I didn't hear you say it again.
Which post?
I made a post. I was letting you all know that I had a committee member meeting, and so and I'm getting out of these meetings late, and so I'm having to I'll drive from College Station back to Houston, and so that's what happened. So I didn't make it in time. Yeah, but yeah, I'm gonna do it with the numbers in my phone tonight. So
I don't know if I saw that, but you know what? Kim got here just shortly before you did, Nicole, and so the rest of us have had a chance to kind of play around with most of the questions on the agenda, if not all of them. But maybe why don't we spend a few minutes and just have the two of you play with some of the questions. And what we did was we started with question 1 on Barack, and then we chose one question from a bitter campaign, and then a question from moving forward, and went back and forth like that. Okay. So why don't you all take, and I think it was, a good way of helping us sort of decompress from what all of this has meant to us. But why don't maybe the two of you look at some of those questions? I would like to hear your answer to question 1. And then those of us that have already spoken will just kind of sit back, unless you just are urgently needing to say something, Georgette or Venita. Okay.
No.
So, Kim, would you read question 1, please?
Actually, I prefer not to. I think I'm looking at the updates and how Donald Trump has this lead, and I don't see Hillary blocking a path for it. So I didn't think that the numbers would be here. So I'm real disappointed at this very second that I know they both need 270 electoral votes, but he currently has 129 to her 97. So, and I know the northern states will start coming in later, but things are looking pretty good for Trump.
Well, yeah, he could win.
So I'm a little distracted, Michelle. I'm sorry, but I'm just a little.
No, he could win, and actually, no, he could win. Yeah. He could win, and and we need to be emotionally prepared for that. He probably won't, in the end. I do believe Hillary's going to pull it out. But you know, that's why I said we really have to wait until the morning to get the final results, because
I will have a stroke in the morning if I can't hold it no more. I will have a stroke. I will have a representation that's going to take me out in the I'll wake up there and it say Donald Trump is the president of these half-assed United States of America. Well, I ain't gonna lie to you, Kim. I don't know what, I'm trying to be cool about this, but if I see that, you know how I always feel about words on paper, Michelle. If you see that written, I don't know if I could take it. I really don't know.
Did you say, Venita, did you say these half-assed? That's a good one. I love it. I love it.
I don't think I could take it if I actually see that in writing, like anywhere, that the president of the United States of America is Donald Trump. I'm a person. I don't know if I can take that.
Yeah. Wow.
well,
I mean, I'm trying to be cool, but just think about that on the real now. We got to really prepare ourselves. Can you take it if you come tomorrow morning?
I'm sitting here and I can't read question number one.
Kim is all messed up now.
The children.
Journal says that Hillary Clinton has not blocked Donald Trump's path to 270 electoral votes. So, like you said, she can still pull it out. But
Nicole's children at the school elected Donald Trump.
Right.
You know how the children are a omen of what's no, really. I don't know if y'all know, but some of the work that I have done over the last few months has been at a call center where we were raising funds on behalf of Hillary Clinton and the DNC and other Democratic state parties. And so I have talked to loads of people across the country over the last few months, and it has been scary. And I'll tell you, with the kind of friends that Hillary has, she don't need no enemies.
Right.
You know, but so many people have said, you know, well, look, I think I've given Hillary, you know, you call up and you say, we're telling you, you know, it's a tight situation. You know, we're talking to people that donate tens of thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars. We're not talking to me and you.
Right.
You know, we're talking to people that got money. And their comments are things like, well, I think I've given Hillary enough money. If she can't pull it out with that, oh well. And so I've had to really think about, what are they saying?
Right.
And what the conclusion that I came to is that what they're saying is they're not scared of a Trump presidency like we are.
But they have money.
Because they have money.
And white skin.
Yeah.
White skin.
Oh yeah.
They would prefer Hillary maybe. But if she doesn't get it, well, we'll just deal. Because we're going to be all right.
Anyway.
And I don't even know if they really prefer Hillary. Because Donald has been saying, shoot, I don't pay no taxes. Why? You know, I ain't got to show you.
Right.
Tax return. And Hillary has been talking about the rich are going to pay their fair share.
And Donald said that you crazy, that I'm smart because I didn't.
Right.
Yes.
You know,
and Americans love that.
I don't know, Michelle. I don't know.
So I guess I have been preparing my heart for quite a while now for the
Not me.
possibility that we could wake up on November 9th and find Donald Trump on his way to the White House.
Well, my lupus can't take it, so I will be dead tomorrow.
I hate to be
but the lupus cannot take it, so I'm out tomorrow.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm just saying, y'all need to
And do
pray.
you think for those of us, Michelle, because tonight I am, I'm sitting with, I love Saidia Hartman. Oh Lord, I love her. Oh. And she talks about Black Black people as diasporic subjects, and that we are, between melancholy and mourning. And so I'm sitting with, I'm between the two, right? Melancholy and mourning. And I'm sitting with what you're saying, and perhaps in my naivete, I don't know. I didn't prepare my heart. I just knew that this circus would end at some point.
Oh.
And I guess that shows, when we talked in the past about not really how younger generations and not really fully understanding. It's almost like Emma B.C. Phillips says, well, it's a story that cannot but must be told. And so civil rights movement being a part of that story that cannot but fully but must be told. And I guess not necessarily, I have to make peace with the fact that I've enjoyed the benefits of the struggle and not necessarily have had to, sacrifice my own body, my own dignity, my own, in many respects. So I'm sitting with my naivete tonight and saying, I'm shocked. I am shocked. I did not think, when I walked in the house, because I got home late, I was stuck in traffic. And so I, deliberately wasn't listening to radio and so forth. And I come in the house and, I'm expecting to see Hillary Clinton in the lead. Oh my gosh, I am taken aback. I am mourning. I'm between mourning and melancholy right now.
But the shit show is not over yet.
Yeah, right. It's not over, but I could not imagine that these numbers, and I know it's early, would be so close. And who takes this sucker for, who take him seriously? And I've got
A lot of people.
A lot of people.
Oh,
I tell you, 29 years I've been living in this home. For all this time, every election, there's signs up. I've asked to be on Democratic committees, Republican committees, you name it. Signs everywhere. Suddenly, this year, we don't have anybody with a sign.
right.
I mean, that, and I was
so
telling
true. You're right, Venita. Yes.
There's no signs. I see a couple of Trump signs, so not all the Democrats left town. I got at least 4 Republicans on my block.
Wow.
Okay. But they ain't Republican this year. No, they Republican at that poll today when I was down there.
That's right.
That's when they were Republican.
That's where they were.
Yes.
Wow.
Okay, so that's why I told Michelle that I wouldn't be surprised if Donald Trump won. That's why it's all like this. I'm telling you, you don't see anything, but when they get down to the polls, girl.
Yes. Yes.
Yep.
Wow.
And then you got down south. Now, in certain areas down south is a little bit different for a host of reasons. And we're not going to get into those reasons.
Yeah.
But it's a little different, and you can, I don't even want to say it because it just makes me feel sick when I think about it. But I am sure there are quite a few people of color that have voted for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
you know, that have listened to Donald Trump when he said that your schools are in disarray and your ghettos and your this and your that, and you have nothing to lose, that are actually saying, either on their own account or through their ministry, that why not?
Right.
And it's a bad thing to think, but I'm telling you, I just feel it.
And that's why, you know, James Baldwin speaks to me when he says, you know, to be conscious, you know, as a Black person. And it, of course, I'm not citing verbatim, but it's to be enraged. And that's something, you all, that I have not been able to reconcile. I've grown up, you know, old good Southern Black Baptist. And I'm experiencing an existential crisis when it comes to religion and spirituality, if you will. I For one thing, I'm saying I'm a grown ass woman, you know, and I'm like trying to build myself up like, hey, I'm a grown ass woman and I can say and worship, and my spiritual path is my own. But then there's this other thing, this, again, I don't know what to call it, but a specter. To be Black in the South, and to understand, and I think it's, you know, just being Black, period, kinship is so important for us, right?
Yes.
But I still cannot announce to my mother or my father, you know, that I'm leaning towards, you know, different thoughts regarding spirituality. I'm in a crisis. I'm not mad at, I don't know. I don't think, or I choose to say that I'm not mad at God, but I'm definitely asking, you know, the God that I was introduced to as a child and that I've worshiped as a young adult and so forth. But I'm coming to these conclusions regarding what's going on with the plight of my people. And then we are some, you know, and especially Black women, when you look at the churches in the South, if Black women we didn't have our behinds on those pews, the churches would be empty.
Yes.
True.
What's happening, that we are, you know, Christian, we claim this faith and so forth. And then again, these rituals exist that entangle us, that continue to lead to our dehumanization, and or it's a way of replicating or announcing our dehumanization. And yet we Christian.
Well,
I'm in a crisis, and
it's hard.
and I'm really trying to understand what I feel, where I am. And I keep going back to, and I'm not saying I'm there, but I keep going back to June Jordan's "Kissing God Goodbye." I'm not there.
What do you keep going back to?
June Jordan's "Kissing God Goodbye."
Oh, I don't know that. That's a poem?
And it's beautiful.
I don't know, Nicole. I never claimed to be a Christian. My parents told me I was a Christian when they baptized me when I was an infant. They told me I was a Christian when I had to get up in the morning and go to Sunday school and then go to church and then go to social whatever. They told me I was a Christian. I never claimed it. I don't claim it today.
Right.
That's a little different coming from Black folk, but I don't claim it today. I think from what my understanding of being Christian, those shoes are much too big for me to even try to fit. So I've never claimed that.
Right.
And then I got dismayed when I saw other people claim that and saying that and said that I was one.
Right.
And I thought of being Christian, I didn't see them that told me I was a Christian wearing those Christian shoes that I thought was this big.
Yeah.
So I will be the first to tell any person, and I know it's not popular in the Black community, and I'm sure you probably heard me extend apologies before I've said things, but those are my feelings that I just never claimed to be a Christian.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
You know, and I'm not claiming it today. And when I turned 18 years old, I let people know without words, I never claimed it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying I'm not spiritual. I'm not saying I don't believe in a higher being, but I let them know in a very quiet way that I never claimed that. And it's okay if you claim it.
Yes, yes. Mm-hmm.
I never baptized my children. That was, you heard the comments in my family because I never baptized my children. Well, I don't believe it. I believe when they become, as they grow, I will introduce them to the concept. They should do their own research and their soul searching, and they will make that decision themselves. But the Black family is like, Lord Jesus.
Yes, yes.
And so far, Aaron's not in hell. Clint's not in hell. They're very cool, mannerable, feeling Black, smart men. And I'm still waiting for the brims of fire to start shooting out their asses.
Well, it's coming.
Oh my goodness.
I see a resurgence too with I see a resurgence with people, you know, my age group of the African, I guess, because I can't even say that's pure, but spirituality Ifa. And it seems like, you know, at least some people are analysis of Beyonce's Lemonade. They are suggesting that she is, you know, supporting that. I'm not sure, but I do know there's a disconnect, and it's an even wider disconnect when you start looking at the research, looking at Generation X versus the millennials and church, and it's just, it's not happening. That's a conversation that has to be had, and it's so deep, it's so complex, it's so multi-layered that where where do we begin? You know, David Banner, a rapper, he posed this question on Twitter. It was quickly shared to Facebook when he said, if the white slave masters robbed you of your name, your dignity, your identity, all those things, you know, we talk about identity politics, why then would he encourage Christianity?
Well.
we're just talking about the only book the slaves got was the Bible.
Yeah, this did come up, Nicole, before you got here.
Yeah.
But of course, as always, you take it to a deeper level. So thank you for that. I do have to say, speaking as the only PK here on the on the panel.
Okay.
Like Venita, I grew up in the church, and you know was surrounded by all of that. But I did have two parents that encouraged us to ask our own questions, find our own way, and they presented it as, you know, this is what we believe,
Right.
but you know, you have to figure out for yourself what you believe. So I'm grateful for that. You know, I'm sure, and like Venita, about when I was old enough to make my own choices, I walked away from the church. You know, and I don't think that my parents would. Well, my mother lived to see it. My father didn't live to see it, but my mother lived to see it. And you know, she wasn't thrilled with it, but But she also understood it. So I didn't have that same conflict that you're experiencing, Nicole, and I do think that's a big problem for a lot of Black people. And I think that yes, both religion, spirituality, and kinship are important in the African spirit, going back long before we came to these shores. And so that's a part of the draw that it has for us. But as far as kinship goes, I think there is a different dynamic going on between the North and the South. My perception is that Southern families are still much more connected than we are here in the North, for the good and the bad of it. So I think Venita and I were surrounded by people who felt they had the freedom to sort of make their own choices without worrying about, not that we didn't worry at all, but without it being a big conflict for us. But I say the good and the bad of it, and I say the good and the bad of it in terms of walking away from church, because for all the bad of church, and there's much, that was also the location of so much of our strength and power as a community. And so to the extent that we have walked away from that, we have walked away from our power. And so, Venita was saying earlier before you got here that she thinks that Black people need to take a good look at what's going on in their churches. And I wanted to say to her then, just like in the political system, if you opt out, if you decide you're not going to vote, then you don't have a voice anymore. Nobody cares what you think.
That's true.
You don't matter.
Right.
And so those of us who chose to walk away from the church also chose to take away that more thoughtful, and this is being perhaps what's the word, arrogant or something, but we took away a certain element from the church, that one, doesn't give us a right to influence what's going on there, and two, puts us in a position to look down on those people who stayed connected to the church without bringing our own knowledge, talent, skills, experience, wisdom to the table.
I agree.
So they're left there doing the best they can with what's left there.
Right.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
I remember when I visited New York, that was one of the things that struck me as odd. I know we might have looked like, when we were there, of course, we got a lot of comments like, oh, you all must be from the South. Y'all ride horses. And so, people were asking, do you ride horses?
Oh, no.
Oh, God.
Oh, my goodness. Wait, how could they tell? How could they tell you were from the South?
I guess our accents are Southern accents. I guess they could hear the Southern accents. And so, but my best friend and I were shocked because we were like, where are the churches? Like literally, especially if you're in the hood. I'm in the South. Liquor store. That's what we call it, the liquor store.
Okay.
A motel and a church. You're gonna find them every corner almost. And we were like, where are, the churches? We did not see, I mean, of course there were churches, of course, but not to the extent of how, frequently you're gonna see a church in the South. That was mind-boggling, and then I
That's
often think
interesting because
about,
I feel like there's a church on every corner and in between too.
and maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's like it's not uncommon to see a little storefront here, a large mega church here on this block, 2 or 3 little small churches. I mean, it's not uncommon. Especially, like I said, if you're in the hood. And then I think I started coming into an awareness that at the church, emotion in mourning, and that it fills that void that for Black Southerners, at least, for my very limited, I guess ethnographic, I don't know, research and that into that, but there's a void that it fills, and it's powerful, but there's something so very sad about witnessing that, bearing witness to that. It's something extremely sad, and then
About
you have
bearing witness.
witness to
To
that
what?
space, that the church is this site of mourning, this place that these Black people are going to kind of contain and deal with, containing their grief, dealing with the grief. There's something that I can't quite. It's almost like who is that? In the it's unutterable, that I really don't have. I can't quite verbalize. I really don't have words to describe bearing witness to that. And then we know that when we start talking about Nation of Islam and the mosques, we see a lot of men. You see and that's a real issue for me as a young Black. Well, I don't know if I'm even young anymore. I don't know. But when I was in my 20s, right? And and this notion of, I read those self-help books. Oh, the Lord gonna send you a man, and you just, abstain, and what happens when I see all these Black women, professional, they have it together, they've done this, check it off the list, Lord. She's abstaining. It's been 5 years she hadn't had any, and she, all these things, and then where's this man? It's
You said
something
in 5
so
years she hasn't
personal
had
for
any?
me. I'm sorry. What'd you say, Kim?
You just said in 5 years she hasn't had any?
Right. I have some friends. It's been like, I've got friends. It's been like 5 and 6, and they wonder what's wrong. I'm like, hell, you need some sex.
Okay.
But it's like,
They
what's
about
wrong with
crazy.
you? You need some sex. You need to release the pleasure. But what I'm saying though is that this recipe for so-called, you do this, and then this good Black man, or this, I don't want to say Black, but this good godly man is coming, and it does not happen. And that disillusionment and the disappointment, and then what? But then when you go and visit these mosques, and then you see all these Black men, I don't know, how you would classify or categorize them, but there is something again that is so sad. It's just in my soul to bear witness to this. It's like being caught, it's, this neo-colonial matrix that no matter what, we're tripped up. It's always, there's always something. And I think about these Black women who are married to careers and, you know, this and that. And I'm not saying certainly a woman has a right to, you know, if that's what, you know, your career, this, I'm not judging that. What I'm saying is that women who want a companion, and when the Black church has sold them this notion, well, if you would just stop shacking up, or if you stop fornicating, if you stop, if you know, you got to follow the law and what the Bible tells you, and the Lord gonna send you a good man.
No, excuse me.
I think that a lot of what we hear in the um, is people grasping at straws.
Yeah.
Um, and you know, I think it's natural on a human level to want to try to make sense of, you know, who am I? Why am I here? What's it all about, Alfie? Um, but then religion comes along and says, I have the answers to those perplexing human questions. And we buy it. It's comforting. It's comforting to think that some other human at some other time figured it all out, and all we have to do is follow the rule. Um, but I just don't believe that's the reality. Um, you know, I just don't. And so all of those things that Nicole was talking about, you know, uh, abstain, and you know, a good man will come along. I think that's grasping at straws, and so we can't be too disappointed when it doesn't go down like that. That, you know, religion has played a role in human history, um, of, of providing certain answers. Um, but I think that the truth is there's a lot that we just really don't know. We don't know. And I, for one, am suspicious of anybody that says they've got all the answers. Nevertheless, where the Black community is concerned, I have a profound respect for the power of community that the church has been able to provide through some of our major periods of struggle. And you know, Nicole, I was saying before you got here that, um, you know, to the first question about Obama, you know, I didn't believe he was going to be elected, which indicated to me that I had become so cynical about the level of racism in America that I didn't believe it was even possible. And so, of course, when you don't believe something is possible, you don't even try for it.
Right.
And so, thank God, Obama was not so cynical,
Right.
you know. But while I was cynical, I also was never engaged in this delusion that we were in a post-racial America. And so I think for a lot of people in your age group that is the message that you have received.
Yeah.
The heavy lifting has been done. The work has been done. We're in a new America.
Yeah.
And so I think it has been especially shocking for people in your age group to see the kind of backlash
Mm-hmm.
that has come about as a result of the Obama presidency, to see the kind of extrajudicial police killings that have been going on in the community. For somebody in my age group, this is business as usual. What we didn't have was the internet,
Right.
the word around widely, but that stuff has been going on all along. And so now people like you are having to really see it, and to really see that the country really hasn't changed that much. But what has changed is we've untethered ourselves from the support system,
Right.
from the
Well,
community.
and don't you think the policies, the post-racial policies, um, triggered, have in a way triggered that, the so-called post-racial, like affirmative action, that really afforded classism to be so very prevalent in our communities, in that we saw the growth of a professional class, or, well, and I'm saying, I guess I should say a middle class, in the Black community. These policies like affirmative action, these policies that, again, would take, Black Americans from the HBCUs and allow them opportunities to attend the PWIs, predominantly white institutions, and so
But I
forth.
guess, again, I think it's a generational thing,
Yeah,
because to me those post-racial policies were never fully implemented. Affirmative
right,
action was fought tooth and nail from the beginning to the end.
right. Well, it's still being fought, right?
You know,
Yeah.
we've been trying to segregate public schools since 1954. They're still not segregated,
Hmm.
integrated.
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to jump off. I hate to
Okay.
interrupt the conversation, but I want to say good night to everybody.
Good
Okay.
night,
And
Okay,
spend some
good
time
night,
with my
Good
Q.
children.
night,
Have a
Kim.
good one.
Good
Okay.
All
Make
All
right.
you
right
feel
then.
better.
And
Yeah.
I
You
will
know,
make
and
sure I send
so
the information. I'm discussion leader next week, so I'm gonna make sure I send the information
yeah.
Sunday.
So,
But
but
yeah,
you know what I mean? To me, it's like, that's why I say I was never engaged in this post-racial delusion. Or as
right.
Venita might say, black people had about 10 years to make a run for
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
it.
I was
they,
looking
they
at
opened the gate, you know.
that's so true. That's so true. I was looking at the first question, and I guess to look for me, when I think about the Obama presidency, I don't necessarily think about Barack, and maybe it's because I'm such a womanist, I guess. But I think about Michelle and his two daughters.
Hmm.
And these, those children that we watched grow before, they grew before our eyes. Are really my sentiments lie with Michelle Obama. And I think about the transformation of her image over the past 8 years, being that when when he was then a senator, state senator, who was campaigning to become president, like so many black women, treated like who have, black women who have an opinion, treated like the caricature, the satire. She was silenced. And so then I'm just looking at this trajectory of these 8 years and the way in which her image was, engaged by media, and she's silenced. And then I can remember the cartoon, I can't remember, The New Yorker, I think it was. Can you recall that? She had the afro and the shoe. Yeah, and again, playing into that stock character, the Sapphire. And then slowly this black woman, this educated, professional, phenomenal black woman slowly gains this public voice. She's allowed to step outside of this, this private persona, if you will, and have this public voice. And then what she's doing is, and I don't say this with disdain when I say it's, kind of on the domestic front. She's looking at or campaigning, advocating for healthier lunches for children, which would make sense. And that's, what we're all learning is Black health can be, and really is Black wealth in many regards. If I take the healthier lunches and just kind of put it in the scope of, although all children have to deal with that, but Black children specifically. And then I saw her doing a lot of dancing and
Nicole, we do think so much alike. I said basically the same thing. An hour before you got here, you watched the video. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. That's so funny. Okay, yeah. So you understand.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So I guess my question is, now that Hillary has used her, and so we go back to When and Where I Enter, we understand how Black women have been used to pull in votes to support, undergird the that which white women champion, that which where they want to go, their freedom, their agency. I'm wondering what happens to Michelle Obama now. Does she become I know she's already, quote unquote, political figure, but where does she go from here? It would be my question. What do you all, or have you all speculated?
Well, that was one of our questions.
What did we say, Georgette?
I think we said Supreme Court Justice. Because she's too smart to be president.
Wow. Well, and do you think we would deal with the same, how people became disgruntled with Black people with President Obama? I mean, do you think if let's hypothetically speaking, Michelle were president, how would that, if, people being disgruntled, I mean, and I'm speaking specifically of Blacks, how would it manifest? What would it look like? What is it sound? I guess I'm just wondering, would she get a pass? Would Black women be more apt to, defend her?
No.
I guess I'm just wondering.
I would have to say no, because once you're at the top, you're the biggest target there is. Yeah. And everyone will find something that you've done wrong or not addressed to their specific level of satisfaction. And I think her role as First Lady gave her the opportunity, after she learned the ropes of what she could say and what she couldn't say, an opportunity to be that softer side of the team that is her and Barack, so that she could do the things that would make people love them and, more, and be more accepting of, even though you had those hardcore why are they messing with lunches? We don't need those stinking lunches. Well, we don't need vegetables. Ketchup is a vegetable. Crazy stuff like that. But she was able to use that feminine power to do what she does best, and that's convince people to do the right thing. I mean, if you are logical, thinking, you can see, because she's a lawyer, she has those skills. You know, she can present the correct argument for whatever it is and wrap it up in words for her particular audience. And that's something the president does very well too. And you have people who don't appreciate those skills, especially coming from brown and black people, because we aren't supposed to be thinking, oh, they're very articulate. Blah. Okay, that kind of mentality that has to be guarded against and fought against on a daily basis. You know, you always feel like you're proving yourself again and again. You know, I am smart enough. Hey, I'm capable of doing something just as well, or maybe perhaps better than you are, but you don't think so. And so, I think she very graciously attacked the problem, which was racism and sexism and every other ism they could find to throw against her and her husband and her children, to win the hearts and minds. You talk about winning hearts and minds. That's how you do it. You don't do it with a bunch of propaganda and appealing to the basis level of, our human nature. You do it by presenting a great package with great arguments. And, well, why can't we have good lunches? Okay, don't children need vegetables? Yes, they do. Okay, and they don't need sodas that are sponsored by this company, and the school is getting a kickback for it. Okay, because all the money's going to the football team. we have no money for chess. Okay, the chess club.
Could you have seen Hillary Clinton championing that? Hillary Clinton. Could you all imagine her championing healthier lunches when she was first?
Hillary is the one that championed, healthcare.
Right.
When she was the first lady. And so, as I think I was saying earlier, that was trailblazing in a sense. Stepping outside of the traditional role of what a first lady was seen as in the U.S. And so, but she did it in a way that was more abrasive, I guess.
That's a good word. That's a good
word. Hillary did?
Yeah.
More, in a way that was
to
more
the
abrasive.
system. Yeah. And I think that Michelle learned from that. And, and strategically decided to take a softer approach. But I think, as Georgette said in the beginning, and I agree with, if Michelle were to be the candidate, then, she couldn't be that soft, fuzzy sweetheart that we have all come to know and love. She would have to take on some of the abrasiveness of a Hillary Clinton. And in a Black woman, I don't think that's going to fly right now. What did I just read? That there are like 4 or 5 different Black women presidents of HBCUs
who were
who were either fired or stepped down with like in the last 2 or 3 months.
Right.
What?
And that's our problem. It's like, on the one hand, I'm still, there's this tightrope, these dominant caricatures of, between the mammy and the sapphire, right? So if she, has an opinion, is, abrasive, if she's straightforward, candid, frank, sapphire, angry Black woman or whatever. But, and they would, let me love you, let me,
Right.
I still don't know what to make of the, when she hugged President Bush, which was a beautiful moment. It was a genuine, and it made the news, and newspapers circulated that image. And, we have to be careful. I don't want to read it too much into that. I don't want to go too far. But this notion of man-me, that, oh, that black woman, and steeped in our historical memory in this country of, oh, come on, amendment, let me hug you and let me make it all better for you. It's that's just interesting. And then on the other hand, to be a black woman and to say, hey, I'm with a black man who's powerful enough, whose earning potential is high enough that I don't have to work. Because a lot of white women have had that privilege. And they can say, oh no, hubby, and I'm a stay-at-home mom, and the kids, 18 and 20 years old, and they're stay-at-home mothers. But
Right.
but black women, that's a part. For some of us, that's a desire. That we would enjoy, at least. We think we would enjoy that. I can still recall when I was a brand new teacher, and I was telling my sister about it the other day, and never forget this black woman, Miss Johnson. She put her stilettos on, took her little, in the classroom, she wearing her little comfortable shoes, and grabbed her coach bag, and she said, oh, hell no, She said, I don't have to deal with this disrespect. My husband makes enough money. I don't have to deal with this. And I distinctly remember, and I will never forget this. I was a young one. She put that purse, put those heels on. And I'll never forget, she looked in the mirror at her, her lipstick, puffed her lips, and she was like, okay, I'm gone. And she walked out. And I remember the assistant principal saying, hey, and come back in, let's talk about it. She's like, no, I don't have to deal with this. And I know now that what she was expressing, again, that's the discourses of safety and being protected, and, saying, no, my body, I don't have to deal with this stress and among, other things, this trauma and so forth. So I, on a very visceral level, I understand what Michelle is saying. No, I don't. And I remember the outrage. Can you all remember the backlash when people were like, you mean to tell me that educated attorney and so forth, and she's just going to be a, stay-at-home mom in the White House? But black women have not had an opportunity, by and large, to be that.
Right.
I don't know. I look at it a little differently, but of course, I usually do. I respect Michelle, and I respect educated black women and powerful black women. But it ever occur to the world that because they are educated and powerful, that's knowledge they've already obtained. Granted, they can still grow, but that's still knowledge they've already obtained. Don't you tell your children? I know I told mine, when you master a concept, you master it. Of course you can grow, you can always grow and learn, but it might be time, or you might want to take in consideration. I always use the word might, even when it comes to church. I'm not folks. I said you might want to take a look at your religious leaders. I didn't say take a look. I said you might want to.
Right.
And not to change the subject, it's almost intertwined. It's like, don't you tell your children that? I know I told mine. But as soon as you mention even church, and you say you might want to take a look at it, then there's a problem all of a sudden. There's a problem. You might want to look both ways before you cross the street. That's acceptable. You might want to take a look at your religious leader. Then there's a problem. A professional, educated black woman has mastered those skills. Of course, once again, you can always learn as long as you live. So did it ever occur to maybe the world that maybe she's mastered those skills and she intertwines those skills to learn and explore other skills like healthy lunches? Why does it always have to be if an educated, powerful black woman turns another corner to pick up some knowledge or to I should say, distribute some other knowledge, all of a sudden she's done stooped down. Why?
Right.
I don't understand.
Well, you know,
Well, I'm not saying, I'm saying that this is sometimes what I hear. I'm not saying that it's the word, because what I say, I'm just, you know, that's just what I hear sometimes.
Right.
and I don't know that I have the answer, but you know, I will say I don't think that anybody here is saying
I'm not talking
that.
about here. See, I'm talking about in general. I'm saying sometimes I hear people automatically question their motives, and I mean that in a positive way.
Yeah, but I mean,
but they question that. But why?
Well, I'm trying to give a possible answer to that. You know, and I think that a part of it is that, yeah, we all want to grow and learn new things, but you know, it takes a lot of energy, effort, time, and money to build the kind of career that Michelle Obama had. You know, she was a high earner. She was doing well. And so I think it's perfectly legitimate for people to wonder, is she really happy in the role that she has taken on, in as FLOTUS? And she may well be, you know, for all the reasons that have been mentioned here. You know, it was an opportunity for her to grow another side of herself. It was an opportunity for her to feel safe and protected by her Black man. You know, it was all of that. But in terms of your question of why does anybody question that, you know, that I think that's a part of where it's coming from. It takes a lot of work to attain the level that she had attained. You know, I used to imagine for years and years that I wanted to be a lawyer until I had the opportunity to work for lawyers. And when I really got to see the work that they did, and I thought about all the work that goes into becoming a lawyer, I didn't want to do it. Because, I mean, think of it like a medical doctor. You know, you don't go to medical school and all that is involved in that so that you can turn around and be a secretary.
Well, I do have a brother-in-law that actually graduated from Harvard and Chicago Law School and is brilliant in every way and happens to be also a wonderful person, which I love him for that. And when he got done with all of that, that was expensive and a lot of time spent, and he became that high-powered lawyer, he didn't like lawyerism. And he did take another turn. You know, so, and that's okay. But I'm saying that maybe sometimes, even with that work, even with everything, and even what I think I want, sometimes when you get there, you might take another turn. Now, by all accounts, a lot of money was spent at Harvard and a lot of money was spent at Chicago Law School, and he was excellent in what he did. And he's still in his early 40s. But he took another turn. I'm not saying he would never ever go back to that profession. He still has his, you know, credentials. I'm just saying that once he got there, he was there. And sometimes when you get there, you're there and you're like, okay. You know what I'm saying?
And some people do.
Right.
I mean, it's not, you know.
And that's the only reason why I brought that to mind is that people assume, you know, some people ask for, is she happy doing that? But not many people ask, was she happy doing what she was doing? The assumption is because she's fabulous in every way. I told you, that's why I talk about Michelle. I have more memories of her actually than Barack. I'll agree with that. That's what she got there. But I do. I really do. But that's what I talked about before you arrived. Is most of my memories is of her. But no one seems to ask whether maybe, you know, there's assumption is sometimes that they're happy there. Yeah. You know, she didn't necessarily have to be happy there. She's making $300,000 a year plus. She's very powerful. She's very smart, no doubt about it. But nobody asked, was she happy there? The assumption is that she's giving up something. That's sometimes the assumption, that she's giving up something. Well,
we don't know the answer to that question, so let's not beat it to death. Michelle is not here to tell us. There's an episode.
I'm just bringing a different point of view to that question.
No, we heard you.
Okay.
And there's an episode of Frasier that is similar to that. I think it's his nephew or something who went to medical school or something like that, and he's about to get married, and instead of marrying the rich woman that his family had picked out for him, he's marrying a girl who what are those people that throw balls up in the air on the
juggler?
So a juggler. He fell in love with a juggler who was poor and decided that he wanted to be a juggler too. He can run on the street and the family was crazy.
On that note, I'm going to say goodnight because I have to buy tomorrow. I've been Reno. Georgette having his time. Nicole, it's always
Wait a minute, hold on, Venita.
Okay.
Nicole, just mute yourself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mute myself. Something I do. I have the echo, right?
Yeah. But so I don't know. Unmute yourself for a minute, Nicole. Let's see if it.
Is that better?
It's okay.
Okay. Wow, I see we're at 161 to 114. Trump is leading. He needs 57 more to win.
Well, California's not in
California, yeah, that's what I was looking
We need
at.
California.
California is Florida in?
Yeah, Florida's in.
He won Florida.
No, I think Hillary did.
Okay, I'm trying to open it by state.
Okay, maybe not. No, they're not finished.
Nicole.
Uh-huh.
It is echoing. Can you go out and come back in?
Okay.
41. Oh, that's the Senate. Trump wins Ohio. Clinton wins Virginia. There's a lot of red on that.
It sure is.
Red, you all.
That's a lot of red. Ooh. Whew. Yeah.
Okay. Because he needs 120 and she needs 161. I don't know what I was looking at that said 57. That wouldn't have even made sense.
New York. Well, I know New York is going Hillary.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Well, we knew New York was
Yes.
And then Texas, of course, as the story goes.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot of red on there.
That's a lot.
Ooh, I don't know, y'all. I don't know. I don't even think Trump ever imagined he would make it this far.
No, he thought it was a joke.
He thought it was a joke.
And I guess, you think about what Toni Morrison, when she says, like, the psychology of the victim has been studied, like studying Black people and so forth, but we should be, looking, she wants to, changing the narrative from looking at the oppressed to the oppressor. And it just is really a textbook study almost in white, for me, white psychology, white nationalism. Like, I knew these things existed, right? But these exceptions and the way, the logic. It's like this notion of, well, you know, even though he's saying some crude things and you know, saying some racist stuff, he's gonna bring jobs. So
Yeah, right.
you
That
know,
makes
like
it all right.
right, like that's the redeeming part. And it's so amazing to hear that. And even when Bernie Sanders said he doesn't think that, you know, for the most part, the people who are supporting Trump are racist. What, are you kidding me? I guess what happens when the backlash, when it moves from Black and brown bodies to when Asians and, you know, these East Asian bodies, which I do know research says that they're like the least, the whole model minority myth, but these are the least politically active people in this nation. So, but what happens when, you know, we again, when you're containing domestic terrorism and the threat of, you know, white nationalistic terror and those acts of terror. When it, you know, when the Black and brown bodies are not just under the so-called microscope, and then those, you know, the Asian and the, you know, well, they're all Asians, but you know, Southeast East Asians. I guess I'm looking for when this concept of ethnic minority, though it's a misnomer, it grows, and what happens when they stop feeling safe, or do they not feel safe and just but have pulled together so that they're protecting their communities better? We know we're vulnerable, right? As Black Americans, we've always been in this nation vulnerable. um but can you all understand what I'm saying when that label of ethnic minority and anyone, you know, who's not white, um, and these threats of domestic terrorism, when they begin to take those threats seriously, or they look at them as we are? I know with the Latino community, the whole notion of rounding them up and the trauma that type of talk triggers.
I think one thing to bear in mind is America is a master at divide and conquer. And, you know, and so that involves divvying out benefits and privileges and exceptions to some people at the expense of others. And so, and I say that because I used to think as a younger woman that as America became browner, um, we would see our common interest and strength. But I don't know if I believe that anymore because of how effectively the divide and conquer strategy has been implemented, because of how effectively the media have created such an image of Black American that pretty much nobody, even other Black people, want to be associated with Black Americans. When I think of how Donald Trump gets up here on the camera and says over and over again, you can't walk down the street in the Black community without getting shot. You get shot, the daughter gets shot, the son gets shot, everybody gets shot. He is painting this animalistic image that dehumanizes Black people, which is old school racism.
Yes.
It is the formula It is the pattern. And why change it? It works.
It works, right? Stoking white fear.
So he puts that out there over and over again. So yellow people hear it.
Right.
Brown people hear it. Beige people hear it. Red people hear it. And other black people hear it. Africans coming into the country looking down on us.
Right.
You know? And so much of it is related to what they have learned about us through the media.
Yes.
So I'm not as hopeful that we're close to the day when the colored peoples of the world are going to recognize a common bond and strength.
Right.
Well, if Trump wins, they may have to, because the target's going to be on everybody's back.
Well, that's for sure. That's for sure. You know, but once again, though, I do think still it will play out differentially. It will be more on some backs than others. You know, even the you know, the example of Germany, the Hitler's Germany, or you know the thing about if they come for me in the morning, you know, that whole thing.
You and that, yeah.
Right, because that's how these things work. It's always happening to the other guy.
Yeah.
And as long as it's happening to the other guy, we don't care.
Right.
Yeah.
Not my problem.
Absolutely.
And so, you know, one by one, the dominoes fall.
Yeah.
So that's what Trump will do, and we will be the first targets. So we won't even be there to know, you know,
Right.
what the other colored peoples are doing.
True. That is so true.
All we can do is try to warn them if they want to hear it. But who wants to hear it when they see it as your problem?
Right.
Y'all brought that on yourself. If you wasn't such niggas.
Yep, that's it. That's
we wouldn't have to kill you like this.
Yeah.
You brought that on yourself.
Yeah. Ah.
Well, sorry, Nicole, we couldn't bring your spirits up.
No, but I sure appreciate you all being able to process it, you know. I mean, you know, I just have to think of Langston Hughes, and, you know, when he says the Negro, you know, speaks of rivers, and he says, I've known rivers, ancient, dusky rivers, and I've known rivers, these rivers. And one, you know, and like I've told my children, we survive. And one thing I love about the critical theory that I've been reading, he talks about locating ways that we don't want to call it resistance. We can't call it agency, because it just was. But how Black people lived and moved on with life in spite of. And I guess that's, you know, that's where I am. Even if Hillary Clinton wins tomorrow, the election, how do we continue to pressure, you know, her to fulfill those promises that she's made? Or, you know, what's next? Or if this bigot, Donald Trump, wins the election, then where do we go from here? And defining that for ourselves, and going back to, you know, when and where I enter, and us as a people, as Black women determining when, where, how we are going to, you know, to proceed, to enter. And I guess when I say enter, I'm thinking of this future. How do we go forward? And so at least, you know, I thank you all. You know, I feel a bit more encouraged. We're gonna survive.
Well, that's good. Okay. We got to keep telling ourselves that we can survive. Yes. We can survive this too.
Yes, this too shall pass, sir. Okay, well, thank you all so much.
Nicole,
and Michelle, I will be I'll email the questions. I
just looked up the Negro Speaks of Rivers, and I'm going to read it. I read Langston's "Let America Be America Again" a little earlier when I thought we were about to end.
Oh my gosh, you and I, we really do, Michelle. We think so much alike.
But are you on a computer where you can look up, what's that other poem that you mentioned when we were talking about religion?
Goodbye. June Jordan.
June Jordan. Yeah, Kiss God Goodbye. That's it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you want to can you look that up, or you want me to do it?
You know what? I have a computer, but it's the girls with all these little viruses. It moves so slowly, but
okay,
you might get it before I pull it up. It takes so much time.
Okay, I got it. All right,
let me read already. Wow.
Yeah. let me read Langston Hughes, The Negro Speaks of Rivers. I've known rivers ancient as the world and older than the flow of human blood in human veins. My soul has grown deep like the rivers. I bathed in the Euphrates when dawns were young. I built my hut near the Congo and it lulled me to sleep. I looked upon the Nile and raised the pyramids above it. I heard the singing of the Mississippi when Abe Lincoln went down to New Orleans, and I've seen its muddy bosom turn all golden in the sunset. I've known rivers, ancient, dusky rivers. My soul has grown deep like the rivers.
Wow, so beautiful.
Yeah, and then Kissing God Goodbye.
When is it? It's in the book. I think it is. I've read an excerpt from it before. Were you able to locate?
Actually, that is not the poem. That is.
So I'm trying to think of. I think it's the same title in the book. It's a collection of poems. Trying to think of the one. I know I used it for. I took an excerpt.
Oh well.
Yeah, it's beautiful though. I'll send it. I'll just post it when I find it.
Yeah, post it. Well, Nicole, I'm so glad you made it. And as always, bringing so much fruit for us to nibble on. And Georgette, thank you so much for hanging in there till the end. What's our latest word on how the election? Does anybody see anything?
I turned it off. Well, I'll wait till the morning.
Hillary's at 120.
Breaking news. And NBC News projects Trump. Huh?
I said Hillary's at 122, right? And Trump's at 168.
Okay.
And NBC News is projecting that Trump wins Ohio.
Oh, God.
Oh. Yeah. Let me.
My phone's going down.
Okay, well, everyone, it's time to take a stiff drink and go on to bed, okay?
That's right. And know that things can still turn around.
That's right.
That's why I keep telling y'all, let's not try to call it until we see what the morning brings.
Yes.
Yes.
Because if we watch these minute by minute, you know,
We'll be very sick.
yeah, yeah.
Oh my
You know.
goodness.
Ooh wee. All right.
Okay. All right,
Well,
ladies.
thank you
Remember, turn your
all.
TV off. Turn your
Turn
TV
your
off.
TV off. Get a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
And I will see you all here next week reading our story together.
Sounds good. Take care now.
Bye.
Bye-bye.